Stand and Deliver is a celebration of youth voice across the Caribbean. Here, we boast of a vibrant space for performance poetry with several opportunities for youth to learn the art form and even cultivate it. The online space has given us new stages where we can share from our bedrooms, living rooms, or even here in an outdoor space. Young poets starved of live performance have turned their mobile devices into production studios to express their thoughts and ideas in the most creative ways. They have been given the platform to stand and deliver.
In your name I live and I die. Today I am wearing white, enshrouded in darkness all of my life, but today I am wearing white.
Your thoughts are getting the better of you. Yet they say mental illness is not a thing. Your thoughts have you at the bottom. Your thoughts don't want you to go in. You are your strings. Call yourself the puppet master while you do your thing.
I am a hypocrite. And I say it like it's news when truth is I've always known. I am always dreaming. But when plans don't leave your head, your dreams begin to taste like me.
Welcome to Stand and Deliver at the inaugural Bocas Youth Fest. Some of the participants in today's showcase were a part of a two-day workshop looking at the value of the metaphor in performance poetry. Many of them challenged themselves to create performance pieces on the prompt, "Glory slept outside that night." Here are these brave performers from the Bocas Youth Fest's spoken word masterclass.
Glory slept outside that night, for he determined to make things right. The silencer positioned over the barrel of his Glock 19 emphasized that he was not going quietly, but someone else will. It had been the cry of his little sister that their mother's mister placed an unborn hinder in her belly. Late hours spent in study gone down the drain because of one man's folly, years of academia and plans of excelsior thoughts up by an overachiever. Her name was Gloria. She was a hard worker, only 16, dedicated and wise, because she had a dream to rise up and pull herself out of poverty, because to her it was not a state of living, more so a mentality. Gloria was a quiet girl in a loud world too pure for all this trauma. Now she visits the baby supply store with her big brother, her only supporter because of Will's failure to be content with Mama. And you see, Mama was this kind of lady who was experienced yet naive, woke but still asleep, loved everyone but failed to see that her hopeless romanticy placed her entire family in jeopardy. But Glory slept outside that night when little sister bruised her knees in hopes that her bruised self-esteem and crushed self-worth may one day be redeemed. Slept outside with her burning rage to avenge a rape and carry out his will, for little sister was better than him, too innocent to be dealt these cards. He made up his mind to reshuffle this part of her story, altered by Glory. It was the cry of Gloria that jammed his trigger, lights flashing, seconds passing, fingers pulling, nothing. Glory slept outside that night when he rose to discover that eating peanut butter before falling asleep always makes one dream more vividly. Mama always says that what one eats before he goes to bed ends up perfecting the images that pop up in his head.
Glory slept outside that night. The symbols of accomplishment and honor in the mysterious midnight they gather. All you could see from Jupiter to Mars are those scintillating, shimmering stars. Be careful when you close your eye. A symbol of esteem might fall from the sky. Magic flows from its head to its tail, leaving with a wish and a stardust trail. In the silent and tranquil night, you hear hushed tones in the moonlight. The picturesque hues of light that trance are those upon the horizon that dance. The stars your blanket, and nature the cushion. And with your cricket chirp lullaby, you enter your mind's illusion. The cool breeze is refreshing and tender. Listen carefully and you can hear its whisper. Wake up with dewdrops upon your face and the feeling of being in the sunlight's embrace. All this happened under the moonlight when Glory slept outside that night.
The slight stench of stale perfume drafted through the door. Late, as usual. Stumbled past the dirty wares, slowly climbed the creaky stairs and billowed out in the bathroom. Have you ever seen betrayal dance? Run its fingers under a pipe, strip itself naked beneath the lights and act like nothing happened. Those days, her soul had left her body and her suspicions became restless, crawling on the ceilings and hiding beneath the same bed the perfume would now vomit itself on. Slow and lazy, rising and falling with each puff. She could feel the fight of the faint perfume, warring against his acts, a truth begging to be known. As the perfume slapped her stomach, coiled itself around her abdomen, she thought of the dinner she had just fed the garbage. All the food that never seemed to find its way to his heart. Glory slept outside that night, but she lay next to that perfume, unblinking.
A wide moon, barely hidden by cotton-closened clouds, crescents and twinkles in low windows, shadowed reflections, a natural illusion. A flash, thunderous roar and a shaking, dry riverbeds now swollen dam finally breaking, the flow is free, washing away the senses. A bitter drink clogging the mind. Heavy heart, throat alight, Glory slept outside that night. O heaven, a desperate plea for respite. Wan thoughts fading into twilight. Pillowed head laid on now unburdened, euphony of the new morn dawning. Yet still darkness lies threatening, treacherous, yawning, yearning. And so begins another depressing wave of morning.
Economy is a copper coin creature collecting bent backs to keep the hamster wheel oiled, all those non-renewable hours fed to metal for bill paid in autonomy. But when her breadwinner lost his cycle around, well, Glory slept outside that night. Hunched over, he only saw feet hardened in the search for meaning, climbing the curved ladder he pink-slipped from, and never before looked up to see how salvation sprinkled and washed away spent grease. The next day, appeal to the machine to regain his place in the merry-go-round line. Ignore how it's hard to see freedom fall from the sky when you're dizzy from daily routine's rotaries start to reflect the automated steps. You don't bleed oil. Your time will run out. Then, what will you do with not enough money?
Okay, ma'am, fine. Life is a tennis game. But you should be ashamed. Why are you always putting my name in the singles game? Wanting me or you to be the scorekeeper? Ma'am, I'm not some sort of meter. Me, Fazia Hafiza Mustafa, living my life to keep scores? I will encourage this no more. Whenever you hold on to your racket, you always state the score. Like today, serve up 2. Ping, hi, how are you? I'm doing great. I hope all is well with you too. Yeah, same. Next day. Serve. 3-2. Ping. Hi. Like I have to always be the one to message you. Anything interesting in your life? Yeah, girl, I just started my own business. I'm so happy for you. Anything interesting in yours? Yes, I finally got the courage to leave him. That's great news, girl. 2 weeks later. Serve. 4-2. Ping. Hey, girl, what's new? I said like you will not message me, so I was waiting for you to message me anyways. Same old, same old. Same for me too, girl. Stop keeping scores, sis. And amidst all that is going on in the world today, we all have separate lives to live. If you hit the ball today, why are you waiting for me to hit it before you hit it again? Seriously? Sis, this is insane. Why dedicate your life to keeping scores? Should I remind you that we're merely players in this game and nothing more? No need to take it so seriously. It's just a game. I hope you understand. And besides, I only play singles because you want to play singles. Not me against you, but us against them if needs be. I want you to always remember that if you need me, like Mariah Carey, just call my name and I'll be there. Trust me, I will never ever let you fall. I will be there like white on rice or a fly on the wall, depending on how nature calls. Yet, I am not one to check in once per day, per week, or per month. That is not what I'm about, for I have no scoreboard. See me, but I keep in scores. Sorry, sis, I'm not cut out for this. Oh, and I do not run a cook shop, so please stop fronting, sis. I ain't gonna check in on you as though I'm frying plantain chips. You go bun, sis. I'm saying all of this so that I can preserve this friendship. Thank you.
What is Stand and Deliver without a nice piece of Caribbean bacchanal? I'm very proud of the participants in the spoken word masterclass, and I do hope that they extend their spoken word journeys. We opened up the call to the wider youthful public because we wanted everybody to have an opportunity to stand and deliver. One of the featured participants today is Trinbagonia National Slam semi-finalist Abdul Majid Abdul Karim.
The face of faith, the face of hate. When this faith is faced with this hate, this face is made to take and make a fake face forgiveness. But when this fake face fails, this is the fate of faith when hate prevails. This is the face of fear where brimstone falls prosperity. This is the face of hate where people picking up pieces of the appearance of the pavement frustrated. This is the face of faith. This is the face of fear where faith falls frail against the pale faces prostrating in dust and guts. And what is there to do but... When fear is faced with hate, despair is made. When this pair of faith and fear is placed with this here, the error of terror is made. But which is the face to fear? The one stained with the face paint of invasion, or the millions of Muslims scraping the remains of brains off the carpet's floor from the massacres in Mali, in Somalia, all across Eastern, Western Africa, Afghanistan, where all they stand for is ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, living in fear in Libya, in the body piles, in Baghouz, in Burma, in Kashmir, in Shams, or the Shaheeds of Syria. And who is praying? Where is our special prayer? As if a platitude could change the attitude of a man with the intestines of his child in his hand. Where Where is the hashtags for the children of the black flags drag in dust? And the least I could do is cuss, cause I want to express my excess hate, but I ache in excess, so expect less face, except when I'm ready to exact fate. Look at me. This is the face of fear. This is the face of millions of Muslims faced with hate who can do nothing but hate that they can do nothing but hate that they can do nothing. And I hate it so much I could feel it in my bones like a string tugging on the knuckle of my voting finger to coil around the cold metal carrier of a 38.8-inch caliber. Feel the kickback when the head kicked back. Say to myself, that mercy. Picture Hitler and squeeze till the picture goes pitch black. Don't ask me to pray, because you don't hear me until you hear this. So here is a taste of the state of... Look at me. This is the face of millions of Muslims faced with hate. And the preachers of peace will say, go back to your prayer mat and pray. Back to your prayer mat. Tawheed. Back to the prayer mat. Ishaq, back to the prayer mat. Ismail, back to the prayer mat. Mukod, back to the prayer mat. Nabra, back to the prayer mat. Yusuf, back to the prayer mat. I can't forgive anymore. They were 50. 5 were 3 and 4. 6 were under 16. I can't forgive when justice is 6 feet under me. And there can be no peace without justice. So until then, it's just this is the face of hate. This is the face of faith when placed with hate. This is the face of faith when faced with hate.
As I stand taking in the fresh air of Woodford Square, one could only reminisce on the intensity that spoken word offered when performed live. And hopefully, we would be back there soon. In the meantime, we continue to visit the stages of the participants of We Write. This is a monthly writing series, and they would have created their own productions at home and submitted them to Stand and Deliver. Let's see what they have to offer.
Dear single mummies, no. Dear VIP mummies with newly born babies. Listen, motherhood is a journey, like living from Bonaccord to Charlottesville, with many stops, full of ups and downs, wides and narrows, joy and sorrow. The journey's never ending. A lot of wiping, breastfeeding, changing, and the ing goes on and on. And instead of the baby, you asking, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? And the baby cry, wait. And time driving like my uncle has. Dear VIP mummies, this beautifully blue it is. I see a vessel of hope named VIP mummies, transporting best inspiration, pampers to single mummies in Tobago. They are coming up. Try a little kindness, show a little kindness, just shine your light for everyone to see. And if you try a little kindness, then you'll overlook the blindness of the narrow-minded people and the narrow-minded streets. On this journey, listen through your baby's cry. Hear the bundles of joy. Listen to them teach that there's no shame in crying for help. Watch them demonstrate what it means to take baby steps. Dear VIP mummies, you are in safe hands. Thank you for your time. Yours respectfully, a passenger.
Look at me. I'm Mr. Dennis, your new science and math teacher. Let me tell you my expectations. Number 1, every child in this class has the same learning style, so I won't adjust my tuition to facilitate the comprehension of anyone. For my teaching style is 1. Number 2, Every child in this room has the same ability, and I won't help Jenny any more than I'll help Harry because you both have the same brain capacity. Number 3, I will not tolerate any disrespect. So if you raise your hand to interject, I will assume that you mean to be disrespectful. You are not allowed to ask a question in this class. I'm not about to have a mental collapse to try to understand you. Number 4, I won't help you after class time. That is my time. I have a family. I taught enough during the daytime already. Last but not least, in this class, I will give a lot of homework, even though I may or may not have taught enough during the day to ensure that you understand. Understood? Wait, did you just look at me? No, that's disrespectful. Suspended. Did you just ask your friend for a pencil? No, that's disrespectful. Suspended. What did you say? You ate nothing at home, so you opened your dish? Boy, I wish. Suspended. You took out your phone to tell your parents that you just arrived at school? Do I look anything like a fool? Suspended. Suspended. Boy, why are you late to my class? What did you say? You were sad because last week your father passed? Boy, I've taught enough years to know that you're pretending. Boy, I'm suspending. Little girl, why is your head down in my class? Those are crocodile tears. That's below your ears. You're suspended. 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 Question. Question. Little boy, you raised your hand. I thought I said enough for you to understand. You see, now I have to reprimand. I said, shut up, idiot! Why do you continue? Oh no, this is a big issue. Be quiet, quit talking. Okay, your life just ended. You're asking a question that is unprecedented. I can get you more than suspended. Okay, what were you just saying? You should be praying. What were you saying? Sir, against your will, I feel as if I must speak. Sir, I will speak with earnest respect. I do not mean in any way to compromise your intellect, but I really must interject. You seem to be unaware of the term variation, or somehow you forgot as you were once in my situation. So with all due respect, may I ask you a question? Have you ever seen an elephant climbing a tree? Have you ever seen a dog sucking a flea? Exactly. The respectful point that I'm trying to make is that there must be variation in society. The style of your teaching is flawed because it negates my identity. It operates using the opinion that there is no deviation in all humanity. It also makes some senseless assumptions. Monotony. You think everyone must do math and science in order to succeed. Monotony. Omit my identity because apparently you and I share the same anatomy. So please don't take this disrespectfully, but you cannot have a class of complete inward uniformity. Another reason why I think I'm wrong is because I'm punished for inquisition. Inquisition. How am I supposed to learn if I'm not allowed to ask a question? Because any fool could obtain knowledge, but what counts is the comprehension. Inquisition. Why don't you take time to listen to my question before you make your negative proclamation? An idiot you call me and then I get a suspension. Against it. How am I supposed to learn if I'm not allowed to ask a question? Inquisition. Why do you expect me to have the same ability as Harry? Inquisition. Does Harry's starlight shine bright for prose and poetry? Respectfully, sir, I won't shut up. I'll grow up, but when I hear you, I can't stop but wonder. Wonder why you would suppress my confidence and then bring in persons to talk about the low self-esteem. If you give my questions no prevalence and then treat me as if I'm some sort of bubonic pestilence. Coincidence? Is it coincidence that so many students have no confidence, no cognizance, and then you give homework because of this as if they and God share the power of our shares? Respectfully, sir, please don't take this disrespectfully. But maybe you're searching at the branches for what doesn't even appear at the roots. Lastly, sir, I don't mean to be disrespectful. I really do mean to be respectful. What you lack most is compassion. Substituted for your exaction. So please, statements like you don't care for a child's father that is dying or a child that is hungry and starving makes no sense. It's nonsense. It's common sense that we'll have better sense if you don't suppress your sixth sense of compassion. So, I hope I came across in a way that you have comprehended and have not misinterpreted. So please, don't be offended. Little boy, your school time here has just ended. You are permanently suspended.
I admire the way she stands like the sun has risen and is resting on the horizon, the way she speaks, slowly, smooth, like the slow motion frame of an ocean's wave crashing against the shore, but at midnight on a Sunday. She is glorious when she is existing. I've heard the elders speak fondly of her, like she were tea leaves and the earth were a sickly child, like she had healed and cooled and made storm on earth, had trampled, then calm like virus made antidote. Heard when she was born, the moon had parted the clouds to shine on her face. Heard she was left on the side of the streets to die. Heard she found home in the arms of a man who spelt love H-U-R-T. Heard he loved her often, with arms closed and palms closed and doors shut. Heard she learned to make love like kneading flour, firmly. When you add too many tears, thicken the mixture, then pretend it never happened. When you add too much flour, cry some and knead. When the mixture is too much, put it into a bigger bowl and knead the mixture large enough to feed a family of 9. No. Heard she learned to say no at 19. Heard she learned to walk in different languages, like invisible, shoulders bent forward, back hunched, eyes watching the floor. Learned to walk like prayer, eyes watching God, tear-filled, hopeful. Yea, though I walk through the valley of my neighborhood past 12, I shall fear no man taught toxic masculinity, for thou art with me. Heard she learned to choose men like making tea. Choose your leaves wisely. Throw away the ones with holes. Rinse the ones you want. Wait for it to steam. And when the kettle screams, take what you need and leave. Heard the elders speak fondly of her, like she had been earth and earthquake and aftershock, had lived stories too many to recount. Heard found strength in them all, and that is why she stands like that. Like the sun has risen and is resting on the horizon, giving you time to marvel at her beauty. Why she speaks slowly, smooth, like the slow motion frame of an ocean's wave crashing against the shore. She knows she is glorious when she is being. And we are at the altitude of metaphors because there is nothing like us. Nothing existing like we are women. Thank you.
Gun violence is one of the elements that's destroying our young people's development. Our young person's brains are intoxicated by the guns drug lords introduce them to AK, Glock. Muslims and Rastas war some say 6 is real. But we, as Trinidadians, just take everything for a joke. Like Ian Allen, wetting after wetting, haha. Yeah, them is jokers. How much longer we will see men's faces printed on our jersey? How much longer we will see mothers crying after their sons passing? How much longer we will see police killing young men after committing such crimes? This crap has to stop. When a trigger pop, innocent lives will lie in a pool of blood. Even when the drug lords die, they'll still be talking about 6 is real 9. But somehow all here, does really listen to Plumpy Boss, Jelano, Movado, Prince Swanee, whoever it is. Those men are craving for men to join their gang. Because one gang have a RP and the next one has a pistol with a silencer trying to take out lives without making one single sound. But on the news are back. I heard drug lords dead. If it's Dole, Sharon, Sandman, who else it is? Those men needed Jesus. The one who died on the cross on Calvary to set me free. This rage of words that I'm expressing in this poem is not any violent ways. I'm just expressing my opinion with some sort of diction, tying out my lungs for the transformation of Trinidad and Tobago. Parents shouldn't be wondering if the child will go missing, then worry about dressing. We listening? Angia Barrett and Ashanti Riley, God bless their souls. Some parents now look at the child as a burden to hold. Youths, let's change for the better. Put down the Glock and the cheddar. Let's change for the betterment of our future together. We shouldn't have to be like this. Sweet like Trinity days went into a pile of mist. We shouldn't have ladies being raped, then getting the news via on the tape. We shouldn't be darkened by Trinidad dancehall, but enjoying ourselves on the mall or down Queen's Hall. So Trinidad and Tobago, let's change into Christ for the betterment of all.
Believe it or not, some of our performers came out of a primary school system set up to harness the talent of young Caribbean spoken word poets. We have another feature on today at Stand and Deliver. She is from St. Lucia and she uses her platform primarily for mental health. Let's welcome Khadija Halliday.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadija Halliday and I am a spoken word artist. The piece that I'll be performing today is entitled To Those Who Have Never Visited My Island. Staying within the theme of solidarity, I would just like to begin with this quote by Barbara Marx Hubbard. Small islands of coherence in a sea of chaos can shift the whole system to a higher order. I hope you enjoy. Those who haven't visited my island paint postcard-colored beaches and Pixar blue skies with the brushes of their imaginations. Those who haven't visited my island expect beaming bubbly tops ahead, painted bodies kissing the island's head at night and day. Those who haven't visited my island imagine that my island offers them an escape from harsh reality as a night of sleep offers from a long day of work. Those who haven't lived on my island don't think that little islands like mine can have big problems like theirs. Somewhere between the anticipation of cerulean blue waters making love to sandy white shores, the people who haven't lived on my island forget that where people exist, problems do as well, and that the allure of the aqua skies is not enough to erase this reality. Those who've never been to my island ask, what's so great about my little island? And of course, anyone could pour oceans of answers. One could say it's our colorful culture. One could say it is our dance and dress and delicacies. One could say it is the bouquet of our boisterous laughs and our beckoning grins, which are benevolent gifts of unblemished bliss. These are all beautifully scripted answers, each deserving to swim to the end of the question. But the funny thing about me living on an island is that I never learned to swim. So as everyone makes these beautiful but prescripted strokes to the horizon, with one dive I immediately touch the ocean bed. With only one dive I reach the ocean bed. The greatness of my island is its littleness, or rather its perceived littleness. I call it the paradox of the little island. It giggles me to see the raised eyebrows I get with this answer. But once you've touched the ocean bed, swimming in line with everyone else becomes less about distance and more about depth. And my little island, though it floats on the irises of the waters, is made deeper by its paradox, the paradox of the little island. For both the people who live and don't live on my island, mere mention of an island, regardless of true denotation, is a piece of land embraced gently by the welcoming waves of the ocean. But detached from this fairy tale description, those who live on my island firsthand know the dangers posed to the reefs of our economy and society and country. We are an island, but we are a country. And Derek Walcott from my country said, "We are either a nobody or a nation." And like me, nations too sometimes don't take easily to swimming. So sometimes my nation, my country, my island thrashes in the waters. Those who live on my island have watched young fish like me either been disowned from homes or abandoned homes, disheartened by our economic restraints. And these young fish have been devoured by the ravenous sharks of the bigger seas. Those who live on my island have watched young fish like me become hypnotized by the glimmering glow of the foreign TV. And these young fish have chosen to be young Columbuses and in his imitation have lost themselves. Those who live on my island have watched young talented fish like me swim till caught in a net because of lack of opportunity. And because of lack of opportunity, few of these young fish are able to make it free from the net. So much talent is caught in a net of unfair reality. However, I who live on my island know that the littleness of my island is its greatness, because although we thrash, we never drown. I who live on my island understand that we fight together, bonded by the shallows we've all witnessed that has generated the desire to swim by both depth and horizons. I who live on my island love my island because there is so much talent within 1 polyp square inch than there could be within 1 state square inch of larger islands. I who live on my island understand that because we are so small, we are so big. Therefore, those who do not live on my island need to stop inserting the word little before island.
Folks, I'm stumped. Khadija will definitely be making an impact at the global level, backed by her youth, her passion, and her energy. The next 3 performers have all tasted success in the spoken word community. Tevin Douglas is a national slam semi-finalist. Gabrielle Marie is a young Tobagonian poet already making great impact in the religious spaces for spoken word. And Joel is a winner at a local competition here in Trinidad. They have different styles, but they are all ready to stand and deliver.
20 lines that can appear in my letter to you. 1. I hope you enjoy the gift I sent. 2. I can't wait to visit you. See you soon. 3. Tell your son I baked his favorite cake. I'll send him a slice. 4. Please stay calm. 5. No matter how much I wanted to shriek, I was always too weak to speak my mind to you. 6. I've just been too afraid for too long, and the thought circles around my head like a bad, yet somehow very catchy song. 7. We all know this had been coming for a long time. Or maybe we didn't. Maybe only I knew what was happening in my life. Or maybe you did know. And if you did know, why didn't you help? 8. I didn't know how to tell you because there was never a right time to end this fight. But if I had to wait on a chance, I would have been waiting forever. 9. It was like I was trapped in the cages of words I wasn't saying, and I drowned on the waves of actions I couldn't be bothered doing. 10. Please don't write or come to check up on me. I'll be fine. 11. I wonder how many people would disregard what I just said and still end up on my doorstep anyways. 12. The worst place I could have been was not a grave or hospital bed. It was in my head, and when I was alone, I hoped I could have fallen asleep before I fell apart. In my head, there was no light, it was just darkness, there was no sound, it was just silence. 13. Although I'm not there to see, I know you're in tears, but I didn't mean to make you cry. 14. I love you and I actually mean it this time. 15. You shouldn't feel bad or guilty, although there were those times when you didn't listen to me, but I can't just bring myself to blame you, I blame me. For you see, I thought no one would care about what I told them. They would just brush it off and see it as a burden. I didn't want to add on to anyone's stress. 16. How can I possibly forgive myself for what I'm putting you through? How can any of us forgive ourselves for all the things we became without even knowing it? 17. Finally, I was able to tell my pain goodbye and tell goodbye hello and have a laugh at goodbye because I thought she was scary, but in reality, a goodbye was what I needed. 18. I'm sorry. 19. Thank you, everyone. And 20. Please don't forget to water my plants.
I don't want her to hear every word she says scares me. She never says things like the other little girls' mummies, never honey, sweetie, my little baby, but I call her mommy. The woman who makes my fingers bleed. Yeah, Mr. Spot, is it clean? She makes me scrub the floors. In fact, I do all the chores, and then she shuts the doors and locks me in the attic. Talk, tick, talk. When would I get to go to the wall? She is not a mother, but after all, she is my birth giver. So if she could bring me here, why can't she take me out? Because I'd rather have my breath taken out of my lungs and stand on a grater with my hands in the air, tears my flesh and the blood flows, and flows tears well in my eyes and run down my nose. Sometimes I just want to shout, those pins on my lips belt, soaking piss is rinse, and dry. Cricks for supper while she has a proper meal. I hate it here, where even the chairs cry, so who am I to think that it will get better? I know better than that. This sounds like something straight out of Disney princesses, but the only difference is I will never get my pretty blue dress, much less the clear glass slippers. If only I had my fairy godmother. Mother, being a mother is like having a leech on your skin that keeps sucking on you and sucking on you and sucking on you, even when you're done breastfeeding. Just keep breathing and breathing and breathing and breathing. When my problems are grande and I don't know where the next dollar coming from, living paycheck to paycheck, better could have made it if I was solo, but I'm not done living for one and I living for two. If that girl only knew the truth about her long lost father. He left me just as much as he left her, which I walked out when the stress that I keep suppressed finally overflows. God knows what I will do to that girl. I don't know what comes over me. It's like my ears alone hears, and girls' instructions even in its hushed tones. I groan. My heart quivers. I shake the pot I threw was a mistake. I didn't mean to do it, and I wish that she knew it. This here is not a skit, but this script has been acted out far too many times and far too many lives are plagued by it. Child abuse is a disease. Please report it. Don't support its rampant spread by turning a blind eye and I'm minding my own business. This needs to stop. Pick up the phone, call the child line 131 to help. You, the friend, the family member, the onlooker, you can be a little girl's fairy godmother.
You are beautiful. No matter what the world may say, there's not a day that goes by when I am not thankful for you. It couldn't have been easy being a leader. Not having an example to follow, being born in the valley of shadows, death priding itself on your pain and sorrow. Though you struggled, you did not wallow or roll over or die. You were called to rise and make death's promises hollow. Your fight and victory gave me hope for tomorrow. Your candle taught us all that we could do the same, that death's name had no more sting, so we fought our battles. But some forgot who won the war. Some even thought they didn't need you anymore. Even if they may forget, I hope you'll always see that you are my bougainvillea. Even if you've forgotten my song, you are beautiful to me.
Our final act today is actually a feature performer. Cindy Celeste comes from a lively community of writers in Barbados. She closes off what was a true Caribbean representation of young spoken word artists. They all were present at Stand and Deliver.
Much worse than we've allowed ourselves to think. I've watched an entire beach sink back into the sea in the same time as it took me to finish university. How differently me and Mother Earth commemorate graduating a degree. Where I'm from, it didn't take a pandemic for us to realize how little people really care about the front lines. We have been plagued by this plight long enough to know that the phrase "we live where you vacation" has always been more plea than pitch. Been beseeching the rich to switch tact and acknowledge the impact of their actions and inactions. Remember that what's their tourist attraction is our permanent residence. But Magneto says, in chess, the pawns always go first. So it seems our worth at worst is reduced to being canaries cursed to burst breast in the coal mines at best, to being frogs left to test the waters until when the pot gets too hot and we should all hop out. See, the thing about developing states is that we seem to have been tasked with bearing the brunt of the weight of climate change on our backs, drafted into a war we can't fight on our own, where we adapt as a survival tactic, run entire countries on solar power and ban single-use plastics, try desperately to curb the path to panic in our politics, but climate justice be anticlimactic. When to declare the existence of global warming gets us labeled as heretics, never mind that in the tropics, heat has become a familiar enough face to wave at us when he catches us in the streets. How every year we meet more hurricanes ready to know us on a first name basis while erasing our neighbors. How our eco-friendly plan before ours and not three. Reduce, reuse, recycle, and rebuild after every environmental tragedy, I guess. When fossil fuel emissions fetch fat commissions and line pockets with the power to pay away their problems, ignorance becomes a quick fix meal. When you fill up on a false sense of security, it becomes easy to keep yourself out the kitchen, easy to conveniently forget there's something cooking, hard to hear when the pot be boiling over. The entire Caribbean is constantly bubbling beneath the surface, but the first world feast table so long that they got a whole lot of choices. So what's the harm if one melting pot makes a meal burnt to a crisp? Makes a meal burnt beyond their capacity to consume it. It seems that either way we slice it, developing states are most susceptible to coming under fire. We sit in the hot seat of a hot house earth, a majority population responsible for the least destruction, begging and pleading for someone to listen before it's too late. While the 1% keep the climate debate at a stalemate, because the truth is that the truth is only inconvenient to the people most affected by it, only hurts the ones who can't afford to ignore it. And I wonder, what will become of the pawns? If they let us become martyrs, will they remember us when we are gone? 2 degrees of separation don't ever seem like much until the two sides of the spectrum are life and death. When our fears fall on deaf ears, are we just wasting our breaths? Will it take the ocean becoming a mausoleum of people and nations sacrificed to extinction before the rest of the world acknowledges the problem? Or will ignorance continue to be bliss to the catalysts of the human apocalypse? They walk among us, hidden in plain sight, waiting till the time is right to take flight. The fright is palpable. There are 7.8 billion imposters among us. A new one is beamed up to this ship each second. No one gets off scot-free. Comms is always sabotaged. Uncertainty is the only certainty. Everyone is running around with the ability to see, but only 3 feet ahead of them. Everywhere else is shrouded in darkness. Test to task the psyche hidden at every corner. Report. Yellow's dreams found dead in navigation. Probably killed in the midst of charting course to dream destination. No one else was around. Discuss. Watch how everyone vents frustrations. No one can decide who is sus in this bunch, but Blue wants someone to tag along with him for moral support on his medbay scan skip vote. Blue has made a buddy system of people he doesn't know if he can trust to lull him into a false sense of security. 6,000 followers on Instagram, so he must be playing his hand right. Even if by night end, he doesn't know who his real friends are. After all, everyone on the internet just swallows the picture perfect existence they've been spoon-fed. Emergency meeting. Everyone's been talking lately about this therapy thing, so it's probably got a better chance of working than whatever he's accustomed doing. Everyone automatically assumes that Blue is safe. Without listening or checking in, Blue has left the game. Something about a lack of connection stealing him away. But everyone else just keeps playing. Pink is priming his shields and erecting fresh walls to protect from his next heartbreak. Red is rewiring after his last heartache. These mortal engines are out of alignment. Someone has got to be diverting power to keep fueling this broken system. The system is perpetually on the verge of a massive meltdown. All but a handful are rushing to fix it. There's no telling who's faking moves to keep up the ruse. Emergency meeting. Purple is perplexed that someone is tailing him. The perp sticks to the shadows so no one knows who he is. Skip vote. Report. Purple found dead in electrical. He was just trying to turn the lights on so he wouldn't have to see the monsters anymore. People only believe the tales of the living when they become ghost stories. Purple doesn't seem so crazy anymore. For Cyan, the air at the summit seems to be thinning just when he's so close to reaching what he's been aiming for, so he pauses for a second to catch a breath, and Green passes. Emergency meeting. Green accuses Cyan of sabotage for the simple act of standing too still, and Cyan can't tell if the act was self-inflicted or all-encompassing. The votes are counted. The results are in. Cyan has been ejected. 7.8 billion imposters still remain, and we are all just trying to win the same game here.
We have come to the end of Stand and Deliver. Thank you for sitting through this awesome showcase of young Caribbean spoken word performers. We are outside the National Academy for the Performing Arts, our performance base, transformed into a vaccination center in the hope that virtual events will return to you live. Efforts like these will allow us to stand and deliver.
Celebrating Caribbean voices and preserving the rich tapestry of our culture. Through literary arts and authorship, we are free to express our vibrance, passion, heritage, and the empowering narratives of our people. As proud title sponsor of the NGC Bocas Youth Fest, we have been honored to support one of the world's acclaimed literary festivals. We celebrate your journey and salute your accomplishments.
Start now. Hello, and welcome to the Bocas Lit Zest. I am your host, Bookie Monster, the book Zessa. And today, we interpret a touching coming-of-age novel set in the Caribbean, Crick Crack Monkey. The story is realistic, the characters are audacious, and the themes are universal. It is an enduring classic. And now, an excerpt from Crick Crack Monkey with puppets.
Are we rolling? Ready? How's my hair? Alright, this is Lionel Wildmane of WATT What FM, and we're here at the General Hospital with, we believe his name is Milford the Monkey, where it is believed he has broken his back and apparently other bones on a piece of pomerac, one of our local fruit. Let's hear directly from this gentleman about what the events are. We go right to him. Mr. Milford. Mr. Milford?
Wait, there's live TV? On TV?
Okay, now, you're saying that you can't recall this, but it is obvious that you have sustained some injuries, apparently to your leg here and to your arm. How is it that you cannot recall this? Has it indeed affected your memory?
I don't recognize what you're talking about, you know. Nothing happened. What happened?
Please don't deny it. It's clear that there's been an accident here, and it seems from the doctor's reports that it was in fact fruit related.
I don't even know. Yeah, look.
Have you always been addicted to pomerac?
I don't even like pomerac. I don't even eat pomerac. Everybody know I don't eat pomerac.
Mr. Milford, there's no need to be ashamed. I have had a pomerac problem myself, as have many of us. Tell us what happened.
I don't know what you're talking about. I denying everything. Everybody know it's a fake man. It's a fake man. All you go from here.
Claim not to like pomerac, and yet it's obvious that there has been some giving over of yourself to the fruit. And now you're suffering and in pain.
Yeah. I don't remember if it affected my memory.
Well, viewers, there we have it. Although Mr. Milford is denying it, the extent of the pain he appears to be in appears to have affected his memory, his personality, and apparently also his sense of humor, funny bone, and his ability to tell us the truth. This is Lionel Wildmane reporting again from the General Hospital with Mr. Milford, who is not only lying here, but apparently is lying. WATT FM. What? Back to you in the studio.
What a performance, my fellow bookzessers. That was an excerpt from Crick Crack Monkey. You know, between you and me, I did never think Monkey would have stooped so low as to break his back for a piece of pomerac or even a old ham sack. I just saying. But join us again for another episode of the Bocas Lit Zest. Until then, I am your host, Bookie Monster, reminding you, more reading, less stressing, is books have we zested, is ideas we wetting, and knowledge we getting. Bookie out!
That is the basis of the Antillean experience. This shipwreck of fragments, these echoes, these shards of a huge tribal vocabulary, these partially remembered customs, and they are not decayed, but strong. And here they are, all in a single Caribbean city, Port of Spain, a downtown babble of shop signs and streets, mongrelized, polyglot, a ferment without a history, like heaven, because that is what such a city is in the New World, a writer's heaven. That's how Derek Walcott described this city and what it meant to him in his Nobel lecture in 1992, when he became the first writer from the English-speaking Caribbean to win the prestigious literary prize.
The architecture of his poetry hung on its framework. Its color and vibrancy helped make his words come alive. He knew, as we all do, that a culture is made by its cities. Port of Spain has similarly inspired myriads of other writers, whose work can be found here at the very well-stocked National Library, one of the most iconic buildings in the city. In fact, this beautifully restored old fire station building on the northeastern corner of the library was once home to Derek Walcott and the Trinidad Theatre Workshop. We retraced the journeys of several writers who feature Port of Spain in their work. Step into the enthralling worlds they've created. Create a literary mashup, mixing stories with a sense of place to make literature come alive.
We'll start at the Red House, the seat of Trinidad and Tobago's parliament and the resting place for the remains of at least 60 indigenous ancestors, whose bones were discovered on the site when restoration of the building began back in 2013.
In Ismet Khan's novel, The Jumbie Bird, which melds Indo and Afro mythology to explore a new sense of Caribbeanness, he describes the Red House as the largest, the tallest, one of the most beautiful buildings in Port of Spain.
Painted a dull brick red, weathered with time and rain and sun, the Indians were particularly fond of the Red House. It reminded them of a Hussein, the papier-mâché replicas of their heroes' tombs which they pulled through the streets at festive times of the year, amid great ceremony, drum beating and promenading. Some say that the design was stolen from Hindustan, but there were others who knew differently. The Red House meant that they were all illegitimate children, that there were no legal records of their births housed in that building. The Red House and its bright red ink stained them at their roots.
The determination by this pioneering generation of Caribbean writers to tell stories from a perspective other than the colonial gaze began to bring a shift in the way we saw ourselves, imbuing in us a sense of resilience and a belief that we could forge our own identity. Across the street from the Red House is the place that Trinbagonians colloquially refer to as the University of Woodford Square, or the People's Parliament. It was the hub for political rallies in the lead-up to Trinidad and Tobago's independence from Britain, and a place where Pan-African activists would give talks on history, philosophy, and politics during the Black Power era. A perfect example of how we took a space where indigenous people were slaughtered and enslaved people publicly hanged and turned it into a launching pad to craft our future. This square features prominently in Walcott's Midsummer collection.
Midsummer stretches beside me with its cats yawn. Trees with dust on their lips, cars melting down in its furnace. Heat staggers the drifting mongrels. The Capitol has been repainted rose. The rails round Woodford Square the color of rusting blood.
Walcott was St. Lucian born, but he developed much of his work through the Trinidad Theatre Workshop, which he founded in the 1950s, which is where I first met and worked with him much later, of course, after he won the Nobel Prize. And Port of Spain was always a huge inspiration. There's a line in one of his poems called The Spoiler's Return, where he says, "All Port of Spain is a 12:30 show." It was a satirical look at the city through the voice of the late Calypsonian, the mighty Spoiler. He says, "It's carnival, straight carnival, that's all. The beat is bass and the melody, bobble."
Walcott understood that the comical aspects of Caribbean people were often a way of processing the heavy burden of colonialism, a recurring theme in his work.
We cannot erase our history. It is a permanent part of who we are, as solid as this lighthouse. But as we overcome its painful legacy, it also holds the possibility of lighting our way, guiding us safely through to a new definition of ourselves.
This Spanish port, piratical in diverseness, with its one-eyed lighthouse, this damned sea of noise, this ochre harbor, mantled by its own scum, offers, from wrought iron balconies, the 19th century view. You can watch it become more African hourly. Crusted roofs, hot as skillets, peppered with cries. So when the stores draw their blinds like an empire's ending, a cloaked wind, bent like a scavenger, rakes the trash in the gutters. It is hard not to see the past vision of lampposts branching over streets of bush, the plazas cracked by the jungle's furious seed.
It is as if the Caribbean wants to leap proudly and fiercely into its fullness. You see glimpses of it everywhere you look. This desire to defy the odds, to rebuild selfhood and belonging from splinters of separation and suffering. It reaches its pinnacle on the hill, the East Port of Spain community that is the setting for Earl Lovelace's much-loved Caribbean classic, The Dragon Can't Dance.
This is the hill, Calvary Hill, where the sun set on starvation and rise on potholed roads, thrones for stray dogs that you could play banjo on their rib bones, holding garbage piled high like a cathedral spire. This is the hill, swelling and curling like a macabre snake from Observatory Street to the mango fields in the back of Movar, its guts stretched to bursting with 1,000 narrow streets and alleys and lanes and traces and holes, holding the people who come on the edge of this city to make it home. In the novel, Carnival is the heart of our identity, as the main character, Aldrich, channels his emotions into dancing his dragon mass. Oh, he danced. He danced pretty. He danced to say, "You are pretty." Calvary Hill, and John and Laventille, and Shantytown. Look at the colors of your costumes in the sunshine. Look at your colors. You is people, people. People is you, people. He wanted everybody to see him. When they saw him, they had to be blind not to see. They had to be deaf not to hear that people everywhere want to be people, and that they're going to be that anyway, even if they have to rip open the guts of the city.
From the guts of Port of Spain to the heart of Belmont. Right at the foothills of the Laventille Hills, Belmont is actually one of the first suburbs of Port of Spain, and it's a place where over time a black professional creative class emerged. And speaking of class and creativity, here's my friend, the writer Barbara Jenkins.
Oh, lovely to see you, Wendell.
How are you doing?
Things? Very
Good,
well,
good.
very, very well.
So you're home. Home by you. My home, your home?
Home for all a week.
Yeah. Belmont. I know this is a source of inspiration for you. And the place, the writer's place, just up the road there. Tell me, how does Belmont figure, or does it figure in the story at all?
Actually, I was quite surprised on rereading it recently that I hadn't described any place other than the pub itself,
the
the
bar
bar.
itself.
Yes, just the bar. And the people. And perhaps I felt that the bar encapsulated a world. A world representing Belmont. It's called We Place, but the book is called The Writer's Place, yes.
So I'd love to hear a little piece straight from the book, and then we could talk a little bit more about, you know, the story behind it. And
Okay, so I'll read a little bit about the main character, Indira, coming back to the place where she has been kind of abandoned by her husband, and deciding she would claim it for herself. It is high noon when Indira reached home. The writer's place standing tall, solid. She looked up the full length of its height. How easy to see everything in clean black and white terms in stark daylight. No blurred edges, no gray areas. She straightens her back and strides across the forecourt to place both her hands against the worn, wide, barred double doors. She leans against the door for a while, allowing its strength to take her weight. How solid, how reliable it feels. The writer's place, she say. I talking to you. Yes, you. You belong here, and I belong here too. Is the writer's place for both of us.
wow, the name is so incredible, and I know it's not just about the bar, but for me, by extension, Belmont is the writer's place in many regards.
Absolutely.
One of the things that's always struck me about Belmont is the diversity of the place, the multiplicity of communities.
The diversity is in every direction. We had the big houses around Belmont Circular Road, and then more humble accommodation a little further down. So you had a diversity in style and size of house. The little Warren lanes and so on are down in this area. But there was also huge diversity of people.
Yeah.
Like, you know, there's a Belmont face, but it is not a face with a particular racial mix or ethnicity. It's just a face of belonging to a place.
They're all mixed up.
Yeah. This is a place with character and characters.
A short distance away to the north of the Queen's Park Savannah is the Botanic Gardens. I'm here to meet with Brianne McIver, new author of a book called Where There Are Monsters, to discuss her short story, Robber Talk, for which the Botanic Gardens is one of the locations. So Brianne, Where There Are Monsters, the wonderful title. And I know we're here to talk about Robber Talk, which is an even more intriguing title for me because I'm a masked man. So the idea of Robber Talk is right up my alley. But tell me about how you use the idea of Robber Talk in this story.
Well, the story actually begins on the stage in Napa, and this midnight robber, he delivers this fantastic robber speech, brings the audience to their feet and round of applause. And afterwards, we see the character as he goes backstage, and he appears to be very different from his midnight robber persona. Very meek and mild. There's a girl who plays a Peregrinaud that he's interested in. But as the story progresses, we actually realize that there's a darker facet to his personality, and that a lot of what he says on the stage as his robber talk is actually things that he does to women, and that he really is this very kind of dangerous character. I remember playing Old Mass as a child. I was a baby doll, and I loved, you know, dressing up, getting into characters. And so to set a story in Port of Spain and to write about Carnival was just the most natural thing in the world.
It's just natural.
Yeah.
It's in you.
Absolutely.
So we're here in the Botanic Gardens, and I know that this location is specific to the story.
The gardens, actually, it serves the purpose of the character, because on one hand, well, he's a country boy, so he would love, you know, this ode to nature, nice to walk with a friend, romantic possibilities. But on the other hand, it's night, it's secluded, it's quiet, it's a perfect cover for monstrous activities. So I think, like a lot of nature, the gardens is both beautiful, but also has this dangerous element.
So, great. Would you mind sharing a little bit of the story with us?
Sure, absolutely. So this is when they've just come into the gardens. Yep, and I'm going to do speak for both parties.
Right.
So, you come here a lot? All the time. I go to the botanic gardens too. I sit under my favorite trees and read. You have favorite trees? Of course. They're just like people. The Saman's a cool guy, but the Immortal's a bitch. Anna laughs. Did you learn about those trees in Matura? Mostly. My mother let me climb them. All except the silk cotton, of course. Why not? You town girls. You don't know when to be afraid. Silk cotton trees shelter spirits. That's why you can never cut them down. Anna giggles again. You don't believe that? I wouldn't risk it. I point to the gardens, gloomy and grey under the sliver of moon. There's one in there, I say. In the gardens? There isn't. Sure. You just have to know where to look.
We're taking a look at the fact that the city of Port of Spain has inspired and spawned so many storytellers and so many incredible stories, and you're one of the more recent voices to be added to that list. So what is it about Port of Spain that inspires you?
I think that Port of Spain, there's so much history, there's so much wonder, and it's so different. You know, you can be somewhere like here, like the gardens, and just a short while away, you know, you can walk down a street, be in Belmont, completely different setting. And I think that, you know, when the protagonist is looking for the silk cotton tree, he says, you know, you just have to know where to look. And I think that it's the same for the city of Port of Spain. There's so much for writers.
You just have to know where to look.
You just have to know where to look.
Where are we looking next? 26 Naipaul Street, St. James, which was the home of V.S. Naipaul between 1947 and 1950, the year he left for Oxford University.
This family residence inspired A House for Mr. Biswas, his great novel of 1961. Not everyone may realize that the book's title character was based on Sipasad Naipaul, Savidya's father.
Amidst this mini city that never sleeps, with its bars and boutiques and markets and masjids, this architecturally ordinary house still fits the description given in the novel.
The house could be seen from 2 or 3 streets away and was known all over St. James. It was like a huge and squat sentry box, tall, square, 2-storied, with a pyramidal roof of corrugated iron. The house has been restored and is run by the NGO Friends of Mr. Biswas. Professor Kenneth Ramchand, who chairs the group, has promised to give us a peek.
So, Professor, here we are at the famous House for Mr. Biswas. I feel as if I'm sitting in history at this moment. I've read the novel, and Naipaul is one of my favorite writers. Tell us a little bit about your efforts to ensure that we have access to a space like this.
You are indeed sitting in history. Huh? The chair on which you're sitting is part of the set that accompanied the dining table that we're sitting at. This table and those chairs were in the house in 1946 when Sipasad Naipaul bought it. And I'm sitting in the spot that Vidya Naipaul claimed as his corner. This is where he did his homework. This is where he ate. Nobody could go there. Yeah, about the efforts to get it, it's a nice story because the house was put on the open market and I heard about it. And I quickly formed a group called Friends of Mr. Biswas. Right. And it was very lucky that I was in the Senate at the time within 2 weeks, they were in negotiations to get the house.
Right.
And so it was acquired in 1996. And Friends of Mr. Biswas, which was an informal group, then had to be established by Act of Parliament.
Right.
And after that, they put us in charge of the house to turn it into a Naipaul museum.
Right.
And a goal that we inserted to turn it into a house of literature that would encourage writers from every ethnic group in Trinidad and Tobago to achieve in the way the house helped the early Naipauls and Capileos to achieve.
So what can the house teach us about the book, and what could the book teach us about this house that we're in?
You could just look at the title. A house for Mr. Biswas.
Yeah.
We put the emphasis on the Mr. Because this is a book about the life of a man from 1906 to 1953 and his struggles against a feeling of emptiness and non-entity. His acquiring of the house was a marker of his victory over circumstance. As you read this novel, by the time you come to the end, the house is a physical representation of an indestructible and indomitable man. The hero dies in 1953,
right.
And so did Sipasad Naipaul. Right. This book is very much about the life of Sipasad Naipaul, the journalist, the would-be writer, the writer of a collection of short stories, came out in 1943, called Guru Deva and Other Indian Tales. This was a great novelist, Monkey. If he had had opportunity, I would say this on record, if he had had opportunity, he would have been a greater writer than Vidya Naipaul.
A House of Mr. Biswas has been consistently ranked as one of the, top novels in the English language in the 20th century. Why do you think that is?
A lot of people don't realize that Naipaul has very carefully constructed this novel. The first part is the country.
Yeah.
The second part is Port of Spain.
Yeah.
As soon as Mr. Biswas hops on the bus and gets to Port of Spain and feels the excitement of the city and so on, the novel announces that we're looking at drastic changes in the life of these people. So this book, for a Trinidadian person, this book is partly about the emergence of the Trinidadian person. I don't want to sound parochial, but it matters to me very much that this is a book of our civilization. In every society in the world, there are monolithic forces trying to deny you your selfhood, denying you your identity, denying you a place in the world, making you feel you are nobody and nowhere. So, yes, I think it matters very much that it appeals to people all over the world. But I don't think that's why a writer writing out of his culture, that's not why he writes.
The range of books we've delved into proves that Port of Spain is not a singular story. Many of Naipaul's subsequent books, Miguel Street, The Mimic Men, are testimony to this, as a cast of characters as colorful as the city itself parades across the pages. Writers understand the layers and nuances of the capital, its culture and contradictions. And the best vantage point from which to appreciate them is high above the city. Guyanese Trinidadian author Unya Kemkudu writes about Port of Spain from the perspective of another hill, Lady Chancellor. Port of Spain spreads below Atta, sitting on a little stone wall at the edge of the lawn. The hills wrap her back, curving into the distance on either side. They cradle the suburbs and town gently down to the waterfront. The promising sky clear against it, clean and innocent, baby blue tinged with the white of heat to come. Vaulting higher, trailing scanty clouds way over the hills. The fluffy fronds of the Grugubef palms and bamboo foothills close by give the scene a Casabon touch, she thinks. An illusion of colonial pastoral bliss. The beguiling tropics. Is maturity compromised beauty? It's a question that anyone who writes about Port of Spain asks at some point or the other. To achieve our own identity, what must we sacrifice? New generations of Caribbean writers will undoubtedly continue to explore the answers.
I'm Sarah Das, author of Where the Rhythm Takes You, a young adult contemporary retelling of Jane Austen's Persuasion, set in Trinidad and Tobago specifically. I was born in Trinidad. I was raised in Tobago, lived most of my life in Tobago. I attended the University of the West Indies for my undergrad and the University College London in London for my postgrad. And Where the Rhythm Takes You is my first published novel. I've been storytelling for a long time, as far back as I could remember. I had a habit when I was very young of memorizing the storybooks that my parents would read to me at night. So I'd basically be reciting it along with them. And my father in particular was very proud of this. So he used to make me perform this storytelling like in front of like his friends and family members. And eventually, of course, I started forgetting bits and pieces of it. So I started making up my own stories and I started telling those, making them up on the spot in front of family and so on. And eventually I started writing them down. So the idea from Where the Rhythm Takes You actually came from a suggestion from my literary agent. I had written another book before that, and we were discussing some revisions, and she mentioned that the love story in it kind of reminded her of Jane Austen's Persuasion, and that was one of my all-time favorite books. So she was like, so have you ever considered making it a retelling instead? And I love the idea, and that is how Where the Rhythm Takes You actually came about. It took about 1.5 years to write, and now it's out. In terms of me and Reina, there are certain overlaps. Like, for example, growing up around a hotel, I also did. Losing a parent around that age, I also experienced that. And also, of course, growing up in Tobago. But like in terms of characters, like who she is, that is very much based on the original book. And same thing with the characters, the side characters around, they have their foundation in the original book. I do sometimes like pull like certain characteristics from real people or from people I've seen on TV or from movies and so on. Like maybe somebody has a specific laugh or, you know, an element of a backstory or something like that, and I might incorporate that into a character. If they are based on anyone in real life, most of the time, it is probably me. And I think a lot of authors would agree with me when they say that like bits of you end up like slipping into the characters, whether you intend for it to or not. Definitely a lot of the sense of humor will be there because of course it's what I think is funny. It's going to be what they think is funny as well. But yeah, if it's going to be based on anyone, more than likely it's going to be me. Persuasion in particular is my favorite Jane Austen novel. It's also one of my favorite novels of all time. I think it was actually one of the first classics that I ever read, voluntarily, like picked up on my own, like not for school or anything. And I remember being very surprised by how accessible it was. The writing, I know when you think of classics, especially the old British classics, you think, you know, oh, this is going to be like really hard to get through. But I found that Jane Austen's writing in particular was really accessible and really funny, surprisingly funny. And Persuasion in particular, I just love the romance in it, the second chance romance to it. I don't know, there's just something about two people who've drifted apart and coming back together and falling in love all over again, I find very hopeful. It's interesting because like it's one of my favorite stories, and getting to set it in a place that was familiar to me and a place that I love very much is very important to me. But also it gave me a whole other like level of appreciation for my country and where I'm from. Well, I think the thing that would have struck me most would have been just the setting in Tobago, because, you know, Tobago doesn't appear very often in fiction. So for me, knowing that there was a book set here and it was written by somebody who lived here, that would have been, for me as a young person who aspired to be a writer, that would have been the most exciting part for me. And the part that would like give me hope that one day, you know, I could write my own book and get it published with a publisher in America. If there's one thing I hope that good comes out of this book, I do hope it does encourage more of the young writers, more of the writers from Tobago to, you know, finish their stories and get it out there, because I think that we need more books. We need all the stories, all the voices, all the perspectives just to get out there. It did have a title before. I can't remember what it was now. It did have a working title, but I think we knew, me and my agent, we knew that we were going to have to change it before we went on submission. That is where you submit the manuscript to editors and publishing houses. So before we went out with the book, we sort of had one afternoon where we went back and forth on email, sort of suggesting titles. So I'd suggest something, send it to her. If she didn't like it, she'd be like, no, what about this? And then send it back to me. And I'd be like, no, what about this? And send it back to her. And it took a while. But by that night, I had sent her Where the Rhythm Takes You and something else. And she was like, I love Where the Rhythm Takes You. And I was like, thank goodness. Okay, we'll go with it. That's it. We've got the title. So Where the Rhythm Takes You is actually my third completed book that I've ever written. The first one, I tried to query with literary agents and it did not do that well. My second one, it actually did a lot better, but it still wasn't getting any offers of representation from literary agents. So I entered a pitch wars competition. That is a pitch competition where new writers can be mentored by people, well, authors who have been published or editors or just people with publishing experience. And you work with them and they help you polish up your manuscript. And I entered that competition and I got in, and I worked with Lizzie Dent, who is a UK author. And she helped me with my book, and that book ended up getting me representation with my current literary agent. But like I mentioned earlier, what happened was while I was with the agent, we decided to go in a different way with that book, instead turning it into a persuasion retelling. And that is how Where the Rhythm Takes You, my third book, came to be. Not at all, actually, because so much of what happens in publishing these days is done online. So as long as you have access to internet, I don't think it should be a problem. This was something I actually did worry about, like even before I had written a book. I was worried that perhaps living outside of the US and trying to get the book published with a US publisher, that perhaps that might be a deterrent for them, or like they would have to love the book so much they'd be willing to overlook it or something like that. But I mean, obviously I can't speak for everyone in this position, but I can say that that has not been a problem at any step, not with the literary agents, not with the editors. You know, in fact, I think that they are very specifically looking for diverse voices right now. So, you know, focus on writing your book. And if you're like me and worried about that, don't be. Yeah, like I said, as long as you have internet, I think you'll be okay. So yes, so for younger writers, especially teenage writers, you know, I hope that you guys like use this time not to focus too heavily on like querying and getting that book published. Yes, I know some teens do get books published, but I think this time for you is a great time to practice your skill and read a lot of books and, you know, practice finishing a book, practice revising a book, form critique groups where you guys can like trade your work and, you know, help each other grow. Because once you do get a literary agent and you get book deal and so on, you will have like deadlines and you will have like a lot of limits on, you know, the genres you can play around with. And so like definitely use this time to level up your skills and yeah, appreciate the time that you have right now. My favorite part of the novel to write is actually a little later in the book, so I'm gonna be a little vague to avoid spoilers. But I do enjoy like writing setting, which I know a lot of authors don't agree with that. Like they prefer perhaps like dialogue or something a little more action. But I like little details and so on. So my favorite scene to write was actually a scene that takes place at the waterfall. I just went, I loved just filling the little details and sort of setting the atmosphere and so on. So that was my favorite to write. In terms of what was my favorite to read, I'm gonna actually read you two of my favorites today. The first is early on in the book where we have our first flashback where Raina and Aiden meet for the first time. I love this because it's sort of an introduction to the characters and it's like you see their friendship when they're younger, sort of coming to be. It's very cute, I think. So hopefully you agree. Mummy hummed again, eyes still across the road. From the tilt of her head, I could tell she was planning something. I started toward our house, but she called out just as I hit the first step. Raina, go next door and say hello to Mr. Chandra's grandson. I stopped. Do I have to? It would be a nice thing to do. She crossed the lawn to meet me. That poor boy. I know what it's like having strangers judge you and your family. Growing up, it was just me and my mother. She took the bag from my hands. When she was busy, I had to go stay with any family that would take me. It would have been so much easier if the people I met were nicer to me. Before I could object, she removed one box of toffees and handed it to me. Give that to him as a welcome present, she said. I gaped. My supply of toffees halved in a blink of an eye. But these are mine. Don't be greedy, Raina. She grasped my shoulders, spun me around, and nudged me towards Mr. Chandra's house. Make sure and come back before dark. I huffed, marching away from her. Before dark, she said, like I was going to spend any more than 5 seconds over there. None of this was fair, but it was a nice thing to do, which seemed to trump everything else in Mummy's book. I walked down the street. The music seemed to be coming from the backyard, so I plunged through the brush, skated down the sloping land, and stumbled into a hidden clearing behind the house. The grandson was there, sawing a plank of wood. He had it balanced on top of a makeshift work table, which he'd fashioned out of an old door and 2 overturned garbage bins. 3 cement blocks were propped next to the back steps of the house. The boy had jet black hair, shaved so short, beads of sweat glistened on his scalp. His brow furrowed with concentration. His feet were bare and muddy. He was tall, even back then, his limbs long and knobby, yet despite the awkward angles that defined his body, he moved with a surprising level of skill. I noticed he acted older than he was. Later, I'd learned he'd had to, taking care of himself while his mom worked long hours as a nurse. It was only recently his mom and his grandfather reconnected. The old man agreed to take Aiden for the holiday so Aiden wouldn't be home alone all day. The boy looked up, saw me, and startled. "Hi," I said loudly. I didn't know if he heard me over the music. "My name's Raina. I'm supposed to come over here and meet you and bring you a gift. You're Mr. Chandra's grandson, right?" He didn't answer, retreating to the parked truck under the house. All the while, he kept shooting me looks, like he couldn't believe I was there. That made both of us. "That was a stupid question," I continued, raising my voice. "Of course you're his grandson. Why else would you be in his yard? If you weren't his grandson, this would be creepy." The radio cut off a second before the end of my sentence. We stared at each other in a sudden silence. He shut the truck door and walked over to me, his brows raised with surprise. I gripped the box, half tempted to run off with it, stash it, then sneak it into my room when Mommy wasn't looking. But who was I kidding? She'd know. She knew everything. "Did you hear anything I just said?" I asked. "Just the last part where you called me creepy." "That's not..." I fumbled for words, embarrassed. "You didn't hear the whole thing. I was saying you were not creepy." Still seems like a weird way to say hello to a stranger. "No, I swear I didn't mean anything." Something had gone very wrong with this conversation. I broke off when he started laughing. He was messing with me. I'd never met anyone with the ability to piss me off faster. Not before then, and not since. The second reading is in the present day. It's just after Raina has discovered that her ex-boyfriend Aiden is back in Tobago after a couple years abroad, and she is not handling the news very well. So she decides to seek comfort by having a chat with someone who's like a grandmother figure to her. She has grown up around this hotel that her parents own, and so this person is the head of housekeeping. So she's going to have a little talk with her right now. Oh, the name of the hotel is the Plumeria. When I was younger, I believed the laundry of the Plumeria was a magical place. To get to it, one had to venture through the labyrinth of the maintenance workshop, sneak past the vigilant security sentinels, and descend into the dark tunnels that linked one world to another. This new land filled with light and sound and movement. Light spilled through the open ventilation blocks of the walls. Several standing fans coordinated to circulate the hot air and fumes. Giant machines vibrated and rumbled like hungry beasts waiting to be fed. The housekeepers were split into two troops, one sorted and washed, the other dried and folded. Their movements were sharp yet graceful, a well-practiced performance, no superfluous actions or seconds wasted. When I was a child, Mommy had forbidden me from going down there. So, of course, I snuck in every chance I got. Looking back, I understood her logic. It was dangerous for a child alone and unsupervised among the hot machinery and detergents. Not to mention, it must have been annoying for the housekeepers to keep an eye on the boss's daughter while trying to do their job. This must have been why Miss Pearl, the head of housekeeping, intervened during my little adventures. Like clockwork, she'd appear and gently lead me from the main floor to her office, a small room on the upper floor. She'd make me tea, and for an hour or so, we'd sit and sip while she told me stories that combined fairy tales, folklore, and, though I wouldn't realize until later, episodes of the old soap opera Westwood Park. After the disaster at the villa, I needed comfort. I couldn't think of any place better. Well, I haven't seen you in a while. Pearl handed me a cup of tea. For a second, I thought you forgot me. Sorry. I carefully balanced the cup and saucer. It's busy lately, or I guess busier. I inhaled the sweet smoke that curled from the amber-colored liquid. I really needed this. Pearl reached for a pack of jub-jubs from the bowl on her desk. She made the sweets and frequently gave them out as presents during birthdays and holidays. She opened the plastic wrapping and popped one of the sugar-coated candies into her mouth. Is it your father? She asked. I shrugged, yes or no. Daddy's still being daddy. He's doing the best he can. I know. I just wished his best was better for the hotel. It was frustrating how easily he shook off his responsibilities to the plumeria, letting them fall to someone else. Lately, he seemed more distracted than ever. He'd probably started writing again. Even though he'd given up on freelancing to manage the hotel, he still worked on his guide to Tobago from time to time. I took a sip, the taste sharp and bittersweet. Orange, I guessed. And cinnamon? Very good, she nodded. I'm reworking the old recipe. Something simple but bold. They say orange peel is supposed to be good for warding off a cold. She smiled slyly, swirling the steaming cup in her hand. And it eases stomach aches. Some even say it relieves tabanca. I choked. The hot liquid scalded my tongue and throat. I set the cup and saucer on the desk between us. What? Pearl coolly regarded me over the rims of her glasses. I slumped in my chair. How did you know? Why would I not? She tapped the side of her head. You think the moment one of them girls mentioned a Chandra boy, the name wouldn't click? I fiddled with the handle of the teacup. That was a long time ago. 2 years is a long time? She sucked her teeth. It would seem long to you. You young people are the only ones who don't realize youth is fleeting. Blink and it passes. You collect regrets like stones, and you don't even realize all the bad choices you've made weigh the same as the good ones you've missed. I got it, I said, interrupting her. If I didn't, she might have gone on for a while. In addition to her masterful tea making, she was a consummate romantic, as evidenced by the fact that she was currently on her 4th husband. Do you? She watched me with narrowed eyes. Do you remember me telling you about my 1st husband? The mechanic? No, the farmer, she said. I was about your age when I married him. Look now, I already see you setting up your face, but that's how it was back then. And you have to understand, both my parents were immigrants from Guyana. When they died, I was brought up by British nuns at one of the orphanages. He was the first real family I had. Pearl pulled her teacup closer, her gaze somewhere over my shoulder. It's been 50 years since he died. 50. God is good. He brought love into my life again. But even though I can't recall his face without looking at a picture, things do stick. I still remember how he made me feel. Safe, loved. And when I tell you, he was a sweet man. The kind of man that would go 30 minutes out of his way every evening just so we could walk home from work together. He used to hold my hand the whole way. Pearl gave me a small smile. We had 2 years together, Raina. 2 years is not a long time.
stressing. Is books have we zessing? Is ideas we wetting? And knowledge we getting? On a lit quest from east to west, no contest. Books best, lit zest. On a lit quest from east to west, no contest. Books best, lit zest. I read for pleasure, my treasure, and as no scene, literacy is in my genes. Hands up, come and join the team. It have books on lives, books about knives, books on nice, book make you wise. Can you read the signs? Can you read between the lines? On a lit quest, from east to west, no contest. Books best, lit zest. On a lit quest, from east to west, no contest. Books best, lit zest. Poems and fiction, non-fiction, book and no scene. And trust me, I read reams. Hands up, come and join the team. It have books on bread, books about your head, books on lead, books about beds. Can you read the signs? Can you read between the lines? On a lit quest, from east to west, no contest. Books best, lit zest. On a lit quest, from east to west, no contest. Books best, lit zest. My book done get cocked, that is my Glock. I have to read books, well they feed the need. Hands up, come and join the team. Mine is sicking like a potong in the kitchen. Books about nothing rhyme with kitchen. Can you read the signs? Can you read between the lines? On a lit quest, from east to west, no contest. Books best, lit zest. On a lit quest, from east to west, no contest. Books best, lit zest. More reading, less stressing. Is books have we zessing? Is ideas we wetting? And knowledge we getting? More reading, less stressing. Is books have we zessing? Is ideas we wetting? And knowledge we getting? Yeah.
Celebrating Caribbean voices and preserving the rich tapestry of our culture. Through literary arts and authorship, we are free to express our vibrance, passion, heritage, and the empowering narratives of our people. As proud title sponsor of the NGC Bocas Youth Fest, we have been honored to support one of the world's acclaimed literary festivals. We celebrate your journey and salute your accomplishments.
Hello and welcome to all you wonderful people here today. This is the Bocas Youth Festival. My name is Tevin Douglas and I'm here with
Zena Joseph, thank you for having me.
And
Celestia Marshall.
And we are gathered here today to interview the lovely and talented Miss Olive Senior. Miss Senior, how are you doing today?
I'm very good, thank you.
Okay, I would like to just say before we get started, on behalf of everybody here, we are honored that you have given of your time for us to ask these questions. Sadly, we cannot be there in person due to COVID-19, but this is just the next best solution. So we are here today to get to know Olive the writer and get a deeper understanding of Caribbean poetry. So now I'll pass this on to Zena so you can get to know you yourself as a person, Miss Senior.
Well, we'll start off our first question from this segment, which is, how and when did you realize that writing was what you wanted to do as your main career?
Okay, maybe I object a bit to the word career because that suggests planning, and I have never planned. I just knew intuitively from an early age that I was going to be a creative person, whether an artist or a writer or what have you. I grew up in rural Jamaica where people valued reading, but I don't think people thought about who was behind the reading, the writer. So, the whole question of my being a writer didn't even arise, although I was always scribbling. And in high school, in my time in high school, we wrote essays for everything. I was very good at that. I was good at English. So my teachers encouraged me. But I really did not have a lot of encouragement to be a writer until much later, until I'd started writing and publishing and so on. That's when I realized that, hey, I had validation for my choice to write.
Okay, that's interesting. All right. You say you didn't get a lot of support, especially at the beginning. So when it started to pick up pace, when you started writing, who would you say were your biggest supporters and your biggest inspirations to even start? And how did they help you progress throughout this, well, not career, but, the path that you chose as a writer?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I had a lot of help at the start. Things are very different in my day. They're different now. There are lots of opportunities for you if you want to write in terms of, workshops, publications, prizes. In my time, as I said, people didn't even think of writing as something that one did. You scribbled a bit, but all the writers I know did other things for a living. So even though I wanted to write, it took me a long, long time to put the word writer in my passport. That was after I had written several books and so on. So it's been a very long journey for me. And I did start to get support from other writers and so on, as I say, when I actually started publishing. But in the beginning, it was a lonely road. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even know I was going to get anywhere. But it was my imperative. I felt I had to do this. So I'm glad I persisted.
Have you think that your process has changed over the year with how you go about writing?
I'm not too sure because, to be honest, throughout my entire life, even now, I work for a living. I mean, writing is not my living. Writing is not what brings me the wherewithal, to live. And so my writing has always taken place in between my doing a million other things. And I've just got used to it. I mean, if I complain every day and say, oh, I wish I had time to sit and do nothing but write. But I believe if I had that kind of time, I wouldn't get anything done. So my process has always been to splice the writing in between life and everything else. But let me just say that there are times in my life, people think you a writer, you sit and write, right? That's not what I do. A lot of my writing process is just living, taking in the world, reading, being curious about things, feeding my imagination. Because quite often, sometimes for years, I don't write anything. But I know that I am creating I'm developing my creativity. So when I'm ready to write, or when the writing is ready, it will come. And so I operate intuitively. And let me hasten to say, every writer has to find his or her own path. This is my path. I know some writers who have to be very organized and keep notebooks and, are very feel that every day of their life they have to get up and write 500 words or something like that. I've never operated that way in my writing or in my life. I'm very intuitive about everything that I do. So my writing is just part of who I am.
My next question would be, has there ever been a point in your life where writing felt daunting, or it felt like if it was more of a chore than it was an experience?
That's a good question. I would say it has never felt that it's a chore. And I write in many different genres, and some of my writing is based, of course, is based on research or that kind of thing. But it is hard work. You really have to push yourself. And yeah, there are times when, especially if I'm working on a big book, like say my book on Panama, which involved years of research and also years of how to organize the material. That is the work, not putting the words on paper. So there are those times when I think, oh my God, I'm never going to get to the end of this. Why can't I, be outside running up and down, having a drink, having a good time like everybody else? So yeah, sure, you go through these moments because writing is work like any other work. But to me, the rewards are so great that the best part of writing is coming to the end of something and feeling, wow, this is it. I've nailed it, So I think it's more rewarding than anything else you can do. But it's also a slog to get there. It's work.
Yeah, definitely. I have one more question for you. How has experiencing all these different formats of writing been over the years?
I keep saying I don't choose what I do in writing. Writing chooses me. So it's not as if I sit down today and say, I'm going to write a short story, or I'm going to write a poem, or something comes to me. If it's fiction, it will come in the form of a character that I want to get to know better. If it's poetry, it's usually words, language, etc. And I just go with it. So, I've never labeled myself one thing or another. I've always called myself a writer, because I think I love the idea of just exploring words, language, finding ways of expressing myself. So people find this sort of curious that I write in all these different genres, but it's very natural to me and my approach to things. Yeah.
Thank you. So now I'll pass it on to Tevin to ask his questions.
Okay, thanks, Celestial.
Is your work influenced by the fact that it appears in collections to be studied by students like myself?
To be honest, no, because when I'm writing, I'm totally focused on what I'm writing. I'm not influenced by what other people are doing out there, where the work is going, or anything like that. So no, I'm not influenced externally as far as my writing goes. But let me hasten to say, I'm absolutely thrilled to know that my work is on a syllabus somewhere, that young people are studying my work, and I hope enjoying it, that, that up and coming writers today can say, it was reading my work that made them feel they could be writers. So this is very, very meaningful to me. In fact, it's the best gift that I can have. It's the best gift that I've had from being a writer, having this connection with young people, with students, with younger writers coming up. But no, to answer your question, I'm not influenced by who is going to read my work or how it's going to be out there in the world. I'm only influenced by the moment of creating that particular piece of work.
We will now be moving on to our next segment, which is hosted by Celestial. on Caribbean poetry.
Mm-hmm. So, Messenia, to you, what is Caribbean poetry? Like, what are the important themes and topics you would say that come up in Caribbean poetry?
It's, I would say that where we as poets are concerned about history, language, and navigating spaces, because we come from small islands, we're truly multicultural. There aren't too many multicultural spaces in the world. And therefore, we learn at an early age, all of us, how to maneuver in terms of so many different things, whether it could be race, it could be class, it could be geographical space. You know, a lot of us, like myself, come from rural Jamaica. I had to go to school in the city, you know, and we travel a lot. So we, as Caribbean people, are used to navigating a lot of different spaces, not just geographically, but I think psychically. Even our family relationships are complicated, a lot, if we think about it. So I really think that this enables us to, as writers, to be truly multicultural. We're not just in our narrow little space of these little islands. We're always looking outwards. And I would say that certainly writers of my generation and current writers and earlier generations, we're all, I would say, very learned. And by that, I don't mean you have to have a PhD or even go to university. I mean, because we come from small spaces, we have a natural curiosity about the world, and we have spent so much time reading, acquiring knowledge in a way that people who come from big countries don't have the same curiosity. And you know which countries I'm talking about. So I just feel that our poetry then is reflecting not just our island space where we come from, but it also reflects a knowledge of the wider world. If you really study Caribbean poetry, even my work, a lot of if I'm even writing about, say, Caribbean fruit, which I do, I have a poem called Star Apple, which you might know. Do you know, you all know Star Apple, right? You might know it by a different name. It's a beautiful purple fruit, and you cut it and it has a star. And my Star Apple poem is drawing on world mythology, which relates to both the star the fallen star, or the apple as temptation, and so on. So I'm just saying that, to me, this is a correct characteristic of Caribbean poetry generally, that we're not insular. We're very, although we're writing about out of our Caribbean experience, that experience is also global. And of course, the important thing too about Caribbean poetry, I think, is how we use language. We all have a dual language background in terms of the language we speak at home and the formal language, and that kind of interplay between the two, and what we draw on from our ancestry, whether we're educated to think as British in terms of our writing, but there's African, there Indian, Chinese, whatever ancestry as well. So I think this is what gives our work a richness that a lot of other cultures don't have. I don't know if you agree with that. I mean, I'd love to hear what you guys have to say.
Oh, I definitely agree. Trinidad and Tobago, the entire Caribbean really, is a great place. We have our own versions of adventures here. So I would like to know, what tips would you give the students, especially literature students, for analyzing Caribbean poetry and understanding the themes really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's, I'm glad you asked that question, because sometimes, I mean, when my work was on Cape, gardening in the tropics, and I met with Cape students, sometimes I was a little shocked at the fact that they were told how to read poems by their teachers, or, they came with an agenda. And so the first thing I would say in reading a poem, do not come with any preconceived notions. Take the poem on its own terms and read it carefully, first of all. I mean, that sounds simple, but do not bring any preconceived ideas. Read the poem, read the title, which is usually very important in giving you a hint about, in terms of what the poem is about, and read it once, twice, 3 times through very carefully, and read it in terms of meaning. In other words, poetry set out according to lines, but sometimes the line continues because a thought continues. So just try in the first instance to understand what the poem is about. You might not get it all, but I think that's a better approach than trying to instantly say, oh, here, this is a symbol of something, or this is a poem by a feminist writer, or I don't buy into any of that, because each poem has to stand on its own. And I think you as a reader should approach it in that way, as a thing. It's made by a poet, it's created, and it's for you to read it. Now, it's possible that you won't understand a lot of it. And part of that has to do with the cultural, what's embedded there culturally. For instance, so when Gardening in the Tropics was up for Cape, I did a glossary, because I realized that a lot of things in it might not be known by people. I was talking about, say, the indigenous populations, the Taino mythology, that kind of thing. So you might not understand everything in the poem, but you should be able, by the end, if you read it carefully, to say to yourself, what is the poem about? What is the subject matter? Who is a voice in the poem? That's very important. Is it the poet speaking, or has the poet created a persona to speak the poem? So there are all these elements in there that I think you need to consider in reading the poem. And a good thing is to read the poem aloud. I think that's very important, because a poem is patterned. It's made up of sound. It's a pattern on the page, and reading it aloud will enable you to capture the rhythm of the poem, which might elude you on the page. So I'm giving you a lot of work here, but I think the best poems require work. They're not the easy ones, So yeah, that's as much as I can say right now.
Definitely. I know everyone has had a lot of those, the curtain is blue because the poet is sad moments during their literature classes.
Yes.
And maybe the curtains were just blue. But I'm actually really glad you brought up the fact of students not maybe knowing some of the jargon or things that you put into your poetry. So my question would be, how would you advise young Caribbean poets to share their work to impact on global scales without being influenced by Western culture? Because nowadays, lots of students prefer to take the route of writing about Western culture that they see instead of the Caribbean influences that we have.
Yeah, but well, we are part of Western culture too. Let's not forget that, and very open societies. We have always been very open to outside influences, and will continue to be. I think things have changed a lot now in terms of what's out there, what's accessible. So it's very hard to keep out outside influences. You know what I mean? We should be open to what's going on in the world. But at the same time, I would say, if you want to write, if you want to be true to the Caribbean, whether as a reader or a writer, then it's up to you to know as much as you can about your own culture. And, which is not to say that you shouldn't read. I mean, all of us of my generation, we didn't have Caribbean literature. You know what I mean? We were reading English literature, cultures about which we knew very little. But then, we ended up learning enough to be able to write about our own culture. So Nowadays, though, with all the influences out there, it's very hard to tell people not to be influenced. It's so my advice is to learn as much as you can about your own space, the space you occupy. Whether it's your village or your city, your town, your country, the Caribbean. But you can't shut out what's out there. And therefore, I personally have always seen my task as that of navigating between the place I come from, the things that I know, the things that are important to me, and the wider world. And extracting from the wider world those things that suit me. In other words, you take some things and you give something. To me, there's that exchange always going on between the reader, the writer, and the rest of the world. And we can't keep it out,
Let's think about it in the context of the tourism sector and just our islands and everything. In what ways could Caribbean literature be used in the tourism sector, as it is a major economic factor for the Caribbean? Your poems bring in money, your culture brings in money. That's why people come to us. We don't go to them.
Yeah. Gee, if I knew, I'd be rich. You know what I mean? If I knew how to answer that question, I'd be getting a lot of money. I don't know. That is a very important question. But that is something, what is offered to tourists is usually something offered by governments, like they control in a way what cultural products are offered. And so I guess it's a matter of convincing the people who control cultural products that poetry is worthwhile. But to be honest, I don't have an answer to that. I would love to see, say, more books by writers available in places that cater to tourists, in hotels and so on. But this is part of a much bigger question of what are we selling in terms of culture? And is book culture, we're selling culture, believe me, but what are we selling? What is the culture that we're selling? And do the people who control the sales see book culture and reading and writing as important? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure I can answer that question. And I always throw it back at students and say it's up to your generation to change, to change the picture, to be conscious of what needs to be changed, and to see how you can get culture, including book culture and writing and art and, all the things that we're good at in the Caribbean, into the tourism package. Because tourists come, what do they see of us? They're not seeing, I don't know that they're seeing this aspect. Film is making a breakthrough, I think, now, Caribbean film. But I don't know I know you're all from maybe different islands. I'm not sure that, say, book selling or, making books available is something that exists where you are. I know in Jamaica, which is my island, you'd be surprised at how difficult it is to get local books out there. You know what I mean? But I'm throwing it back at you guys. Your generation, you deal with this. You're much more wise and sophisticated about these things, to be honest, than my generation ever was. When I was in school, we never thought about these things. We were slogging away. We wanted to pass our exams, get a job, blah, blah. We weren't concerned about, a lot of things that your generation are concerned about. So you come up with the ideas.
My question to you is something I've always wondered. What makes a poem a good poem?
The thing about poetry, though, is that I don't think it's there to provide answers so much as to ask questions. I think poetry should be there to provoke us to think, or, to reflect on things. It should shock us. It should, so it's not like reading a novel that's, where everything is tied up at the end. To me, poetry is the opposite of that. It is, in fact, to not tie things up at the end. It is to present reality in a different kind of way. So I would say a good poem is one, let's face it, there are only X number of topics in the world, right? You could write 5,000 poems about the same topic. So what you have to do is find a way of making us sit up and think, wow, I never thought about that. I never saw it this way. And you want to write a poem that will live inside somebody's mind after they've read the poem. So I don't want to read a poem that's going to tell me what I already know, or it's nicely tied up and sealed like a birthday package. I'm not interested in that. I want to read something that's going to make me sit up and say, wow, I didn't know this. Let me think about it. Or, and so to me, that is what makes a good poem. It asks us questions, or it forces us it challenges us. I don't want a poem that is just going to tell me something I already know or make me feel comfortable. I want something that's going to make me feel uncomfortable because it's forcing me to question something I took for granted.
So of all your works, from Shell, Over the Roofs of the World, etc., which would you say, if you have one, would be the embodiment of your writing style, or this particular style that embodies what is Olive Senior?
I would say, though, that if there is one poem that everybody in the world seems to relate to, and which I suppose in a way embodies, a lot of my thinking, my style, and so on. I don't know if any of you have read it or can guess. It's a very long poem called Meditation on Yellow. Do any of you know it? Okay, maybe you don't. But it's a very long poem, and it deals with the encounter between the indigenous people, the arrival of Europeans. That's the first part of the poem, and the second part deals with is spoken by, say, a worker in the tourist industry today. And it's really about 500 years of Caribbean history that's in it, that's embodied. But it's also more than that. I think why people relate to that poem really well is it's a color poem. It's structured around color. And this is something, if you write poetry, you can think about. That's quite often, it's good to have something that holds the poem together. And when I say it's a color poem, it's about yellow. Yellow is what holds this poem, because it starts off with a quotation by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, the Colombian writer, who talks about the yellow of the Caribbean at 3:00 in the afternoon. And I'm talking about the yellow of gold, which is what drove the conquistadores. And then it goes on to the sunlight, blah, blah, blah. So I talk about shades of yellow, and that is what holds this poem together. But there are other elements, and it's a poem about history, but it's kind of, the Jamaican word feisty. We use that term. I don't know what countries you're from, but you probably have the equivalent that it's kind of rude, and it's insulting, but you're pretending that you're not insulting somebody. And if you're a feisty girl, that's bad in our culture, But it's a feisty poem because it's attacking that whole idea of history and conquest and so on. But it's also affirming the rights of the people of the Caribbean to be who we want to be. That's how the poem ends up. And so, that's, that's an example of that sort of poem.
Once you have completed and written the work to your satisfaction, how did you go about starting publishing your first few books and poems? Since, that wasn't something that you were really thinking of at the time. How did you navigate through that?
Yeah, well, as I say, in my time, I didn't have a lot of really encouragement. I didn't know how to go about it. I started getting noticed in Jamaica because I entered my poems in something called a festival. It's an annual competition. and I won. And the poems were published in Jamaica Journal, which is a big cultural publication. And that is when people noticed my work for the first time. I'd been writing a lot, but not, I was very shy, so my work wasn't out there. And as a result of that, though, I met people who encouraged me, other poets and so on. And so I did my first book, and that was how I started. But as I said, I didn't grow up in a culture where people encouraged my writing of poetry. People would say to me, "Oh, I'd write a poem too, or I'd write a book too if I had the time." That was the sort of attitude, that a throwaway line. Anybody can write a book. Anybody can write a poem. I'd write a poem if I felt like it. People were quite rude about it, actually. So I didn't, for a long time, I didn't do very much but I started writing my first book really at university. And when I came back to Jamaica, I entered them in the festival competition. They won gold. And that's when people started to take notice. And I also met people, because I didn't grow up in Kingston. I grew up in the country in Montego Bay. So we didn't have any writers in that part of the world. So it was after this recognition in festival, I won a gold medal and silver, which was a big thing, that I started to know other writers. And I was living in Kingston. I became part of a sort of writing community then. But it's been a struggle, to get my first books out there.
Sorry about that. All right. Very in-depth answer. I know you mentioned, and you have said it a lot, that, you did not really get support because of the environment you were in and not being too receptive to the idea of writing for a living. So what advice would you give to young persons who are interested in that art form of poetry and literature, but they're not convinced that it would thrive because of the spaces they're in? You mentioned about getting some support when you won your first competition, but are there any other ways that really started to push you and,
Yeah, well, also getting my first book out, getting reviewed, getting noticed, because, developing as a writer is a process. A lot of people now think it's instant, it's something that happens just like that. And actually, there are a lot more opportunities now for writers for being discovered. There are more avenues. You're talking about social media. There are many different ways of putting your work out there. It's at the same time, the important thing for me is your development of your craft. You have to have something to put out there. And therefore, I encourage people to take advantage of all opportunities there are to learn, to develop. Nowadays there's so much out there on the computer. You can go and get so much advice rewriting, but in your own islands or countries, you should take advantage of all opportunities that there are to attend workshops, maybe develop a writing group with your peers and so on, because what you need to understand is writing is a process, and it's a learning experience. You don't suddenly become a famous writer overnight. Well, maybe you do if you're, I don't know, what's her name, who sends out millions of stuff. But I'm just saying it's a learning process. And if you want to be out there in the world and have a good long career and not be a flash in the pan, you need to learn your craft. Writing is a craft. Writing poetry is a craft. And no matter how good you are, I think I was good when I started, but I still had a lot to learn. You know what I mean? I didn't have any teachers. Looking back now at my first book, I'm sort of embarrassed by some of it, although it's coming out. I mean, I'm having a collected poems out next year, so you'll see my first efforts. But I'm just saying, it's a craft and it's a learning experience. I am still learning today, and I've been at it forever, as you can imagine. And therefore, if you're serious about wanting to be a writer, you need to take that attitude. It's not, you're not going to be famous overnight, or maybe you are, but you have to have something to sustain that talent. You know what I mean? It's no good if you can write a couple of poems, win a lot of prizes, get a lot of acclaim, but is that enough to sustain you for a lifetime? And this is how you need to think about it. If you want to be a writer, you need to learn your craft, you need to keep at it, and take advantage of whatever opportunities there are for you to develop. And there are a lot, as I say, there are a lot more opportunities now, you know, than there were in the past, because I think there's a lot more interest now in writing and in indigenous writing, in writing from our own cultures. I think there's a lot more respect and so on. So I would encourage you to take advantage of whatever opportunities there are to improve, you know, your work.
Was there ever a time, or is there ever a time, where writers and poets need to learn when to step back from a situation and then attack it again, or just step back in general?
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think that's how life is too. That, you know, you're never going to just find a smooth part. And part of writing too is you even need to step back from your own work. I mean, you need to know, okay, is this ready? You know what I mean? I have tons of stuff that I've written that hasn't seen the light of day because I don't feel it's ready. Or, you know, in other words, you have to, writing is like any other craft, any other activity. You need to learn your craft, but you also need to be sensible in your approach to it. You know what I mean? A lot of people think, oh, I'm writing something today, I'm going to have it published tomorrow, I'm sending it off. Or that's not how it works. If you're serious about it, about developing and growing, you know, you need to, there are times when you need to park something, step back from it. And sometimes you need, if it's something that's very close and personal, sometimes you need to just put it in a bottom drawer for a good long while and then look at it again. So we need to be sensible about what we're putting out there. You know, nowadays, of course, people are very much into putting everything out there. But, you know, you need to think about that, about the kind of impact it's going to have on you and maybe other people. But at the same time, you want to put out your best work. And therefore, sometimes it's good to leave something to sort of simmer and mature and so on. You come back to it. I do that a lot with my work. Right now I'm writing and I'm posting online what I call pandemic poems. I don't know if you've seen them. And they're relating to what is happening to us now. But I look at them with a very different eye from how I look at my other poems that I would put out there. I wouldn't put anything out there until I've really lived with it for a while and I've worked on it and I'm satisfied that, you know, it's ready. And so, I think that's how you need to approach it. It's not just about writing something and putting it out there. It's about a whole process. And you need to think, well, do I want to put myself out there if it's something really personal or, you know? So, you need to write, you need to express yourself, but I think you also need to learn, okay, what of myself do I want to show? I mean, a lot, and this is where disguise comes in, because a lot of my poems I use disguise. I write in from the point of view of a bird or somebody else. I assume different personas because I don't necessarily want to be putting Olive Senior out there. You know, I want to be writing and saying what I want to say, but you can also find ways of doing that, you know, and this is actually why poetry gives you this opportunity to find different ways of expressing yourself. But no, it's always a struggle between what you put out there and your own feelings, your own activities and so on. And it's like anything else in the world, sort of learning how to navigate, between the personal and the public and how those things interface.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful, and I'll keep that in mind. Now we have reached our final question for the day. And this question comes from, as an individual who has been in the poetry field for a generous period of time, what are your personal thoughts and opinions on the impact of things such as youth poetry competitions and workshops? What are your thoughts about their impact in the poetry world?
Yeah, I think these are excellent. Whatever opportunity that there is for you to showcase your talent in whatever way, whether spoken word or written competitions, etc. I really think these are very valuable. I would certainly encourage more and more of this, and it's more and more of this is happening throughout the Caribbean. And I think it's what is also happening is the fact that young writers are not only getting exposure, but hopefully you're getting guidance as well, and that you're getting affirmation of your work, you're being nurtured, because I really think that is very important. It was missing in my time. We just didn't have these opportunities for nurturing, for meeting with other young writers, for having our work criticized, or so on. I think there are a lot more opportunities now throughout the Caribbean, and especially through Bocas and so on. And I would encourage you all to take advantage of any opportunity that there is to get your work out there, but also to get feedback and guidance on your work. I think that's very important. And so I think it's a great time for you in the Caribbean at the moment. And Bocas and other opportunities are just really giving you terrific opportunities that people of earlier generations did not have. So use the opportunities wisely, take advantage of them if you can. And I really appreciate your questions and your interest and so on. So keep going.
All right, thank you, Ms. Senior. And now I will pass it on to Celestial, and she will take us through her closing.
Thank you, Tafan. We do thank you for closing off what is unfortunately our last section and question. Ms. Senior, it truly was a pleasure speaking with you today. I know myself and my fellow co-hosts did enjoy chatting with you, and hopefully all the young poets and writers, or anyone really, would be able to enjoy and learn from this experience the same way that we have. And we just want to say thank you once again from the bottom of our hearts to you, and also to the Bookstagram Festival for giving us this opportunity to speak with you today. So thank you to the viewing public as well when they look at this video, and hopefully they enjoy it. So that has been the end of this segment.
Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure. It's always a pleasure to talk to young people. So, and you've been great, all of you. And I've really appreciated your questions. And thanks to Bocas, which always comes up with these great ideas. So yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
I'm Marina Salanti Brown, founder of the Bocas Youth Fest, and I have the grandest of pleasures today to launch the very first NGC Bocas Youth Writer Award at the very first NGC Bocas Youth Fest. It takes me back to 2010 when the Bocas Youth Fest started with a festival and a prize for excellence. And wind forward 11 years, and we're on the verge of another groundbreaking decade of literary development. We've always wanted to have a youth fest to go along with our festivals for children and adults. But every good idea has its moment. And now is the moment when elements of all our work with young people in and out of school and university come together under one umbrella festival. The inauguration of a prize to reward literary achievement among young writers comes at a time of renewed interest and joy in writing and reading. For me, the prize is critical as a catalyst for still more new writing, which we and our partners have been working to stimulate over the last few years. One upside of the pandemic, strangely enough, is that it has forced us all online and brought new focus to the skills of reading and writing. And now we want to harness that energy and use the impetus and to create a hub for young readers and writers. You know, the world is in a state of flux and much is changing so fast that we must recognize the need for new ways to see and think. And we need to think about this quite urgently, about how we move forward with that change, so much of which is totally beyond our control. It can be very confusing, but literature is a great tool for assessing situations, for figuring things out, for empowerment and self-expression. And the Youth Fest maps out a creative space just for youth in the dynamic Caribbean literary community, bringing fresh blood and urgency with them. I feel very heartened that the coming of new technology has actually quickened people's desires to share ideas, knowledge, dreams, and that young people are finding new ways, all sorts of new ways of doing that. Stories of the death of the book, you know, killed off by ebooks, were completely false. Ebooks came and were all the rage for a while, but soon the fad waned and books resumed their popularity. And ebooks now sit alongside traditional editions. We've also seen writers' tools change. Writers no longer use typewriters. And I wonder how many young people under the age of 20 or 25 have actually ever seen one. Phones, laptops, tablets, and gadgets of all sorts are the new tools. But you know what? Writers still write. So in some ways, things remain exactly the same. And that's because literature is about us communicating with one another, regardless of methods of writing or genre of writing. And that's why we decided that this prize for young people's writing would break new ground and be the very first cross-genre prize that includes script writing, lyrics writing, blogging, social media, fiction, non-fiction, and poetry. It's a really one-of-a-kind award that aims to celebrate impactful writing across this multiplicity of genres, which actually reflects today's reality. And it also brings many different kinds of writers into the literary conversation. And that helps expand public understanding of who and what is a writer. I do hope that lots of you will enter your writing for the new award. And all the information is up on our website, www.bocasyouthfest.com. And we're available for your questions. I wish all of you who take part this, the very best of success this time around. And I hope too that you've been enjoying this inaugural Youth Fest. And we're looking forward to your feedback so that we can factor your views in to the next year's celebration of young writing or young people's writing. Finally, I would like to say a huge thank you to everyone who took part in the festival program, writers, panelists, everyone, and also to our title sponsor, the National Gas Company. Without them, none of this would have happened because they share our vision for the future of Trinidad and Tobago, and they've been our pastors now for 11 years. And of course, I must thank the Bocas Youth Fest team, one and only Bocas Youth Fest team, and all our partners who helped turn this dream of a youth festival and a Youth Writers Award into a reality.
Hello, I'm Franca Phillip, and I'm the head judge for the NGC Bocas Youth Writer Award. I'm very humbled to be asked to be the head judge on this amazing and innovative prize presented by the Bocas Youth Fest and the NGC. I think it's important to acknowledge the number and evolving platforms that young people have today to express their literary talent. What I'm intrigued about is I want to see more of the personal blogs. That's a part of my past where I used to blog, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the young people are blogging about, what the young writers are saying in their personal blogs. As a journalist, I'm also very, very happy to see that there's a category included for journalism and newspaper column writing. I look forward to that. And of course, the ever popular spoken word, which has taken over and I think is now the most popular form for most young people willing to express themselves. So if you're under 25, please visit the Bocas Youth Fest website, bocaslitfest.com, and you will find how you can enter. You can enter now, and you have until October 19th to enter. We will announce the winner in December. So once again, I say thank you and congratulations to the NGC Bocas Youth Fest for this new prize, which I'm certain is going to give a lot of young people a much needed voice and a much needed platform. I look forward to reading and engaging with your entries. Thank you.
Hello everybody. As we know, 2020 was a year of tectonic change across all spheres of life and activity, and the disruption has continued into 2021. No population or sector has been immune, but our young people are being particularly hard hit by COVID-19. Pandemic restrictions impacted socialization, experiential learning, outdoor play, and of course, academic instruction. A year and a half of lost opportunities have given rise to a generation of pandemials, for whom the already taxing job hunt is now an even greater challenge. Within this context, it is that much easier to appreciate the value of the NGC Bocas Lit Fest and its new chapter, the NGC Bocas Youth Fest. Bocas has always done several things at once. It has opened a space for the literary creatives among us to practice, share, and hone their craft, while building an appetite for Caribbean literature. It has grown the market and economic opportunities for local writers, both at home and abroad. It has promoted literacy and the exchange of ideas, and given voice to homegrown intellect. Whether the draw was entertainment, academic interest, or career advancement, Bocas has delivered value to everyone who attended and participated in its events over the years. We therefore have no doubt that the NGC Bocas Youth Fest will shine in the same way, especially given its timeliness. Our young people need alternative avenues for gainful employment, avenues for self-expression, and avenues for diversion. They need stages to showcase their talents and to interact with others of like mind and interest. Importantly, they need to see opportunity and possibility beyond this pandemic. We at NGC are so proud to stand with the Bocas team through the delivery of the NGC Bocas Youth Fest. We believe in its purpose and have full confidence that it will enrich the minds of all who participate in the editions to come. We are especially excited about the launch of a new award to recognize an outstanding young writer whose voice and stories stood apart this year. We relish this chance to celebrate our young talent and the bright future that lies ahead for Caribbean literature. From all of us at NGC, congratulations to the deserving winner of this award, and to all the young people of undaunted spirit who share stories through the Bocas platform. 2020 and 2021 may not have been the best of years, but the future is yours to create. I thank you, everybody.
And I tell you, text me when you're ready. Hello, and welcome to the Bocas Lit Zest. I am Bookie Monster, the book zesser. Caribbean playwrights have long had to contend with the legacies of African, Indian, and European theatre. Now, in this arena, the words jump directly off the page and into the mouths of real characters. The ideas of the playwright become flesh and blood, or in this case, felt and stuffing. Now, we have an excerpt from the most famous of Caribbean plays, Tija and His Brothers, with puppets.
What happened to you, Tijan? Why are you crying?
I'm so lonely, so lonely.
Oh, why?
I have nobody to play with.
So you can't play by yourself? You want some cards? You could play Patience. You don't need nobody else to play Patience.
I don't like Patience. I like Romy. You can't play Romy by yourself. Nah, to heck with that.
All right, no need to get evil. Is you who ain't have no friends?
You see, you two stink. I don't want to play with you.
Calm down.
I go tell my mommy.
Shh, look, no need for that. You don't have to go so far.
Mommy, this evil spider monster trying to thief me. Devil, leave my son alone. You want me to send his brothers for you? Boys, get him. Get him.
Come back here. Wait, come back here.
Hey, all you want to play Romy?
He feel he could. He feel he gonna get a... Come on.
Mommy.
Come back here. Wait. You think you're running? Come back here now.
That was an excerpt of Tija and His Brothers. Join us again for another episode of the Bocas Lit Zest. Until then, I am Bookie Monster, the book zesser, reminding you, more reading, less stressing. Is books have we zessin'? Is ideas we wettin'? And knowledge we gettin'. Bookie out.
Hi everyone, good day. I'm Afia from Afia Reads on Instagram. I consider myself a bookstagrammer / book blogger. I write reviews on books, so just share my thoughts and cool photos of of books on Instagram. I also write full-length reviews on a blog, Afia Barton Writes, on WordPress. So it's afiabartonwrites.wordpress.com. I got started in bookstagramming quite, I guess, accidentally or unintentionally. I had a personal Instagram account, like, I guess, the regular Joe. And I started sharing books or like my thoughts on books that I was reading. And then I think using the hashtag, I think book reviews or not Bookstagram, is definitely book reviews. People who did similar things found my Instagram account. And it was there I found the Bookstagram community. And I found a name for what I started doing, or what my page had become at the time. So that is basically how I got into bookstagramming. I kept up with it because I found it was a good way to challenge myself to think critically about the books that I was reading, especially finding other book reviewers or other bookstagrammers. I would see beautiful reviews and thoughts that I hadn't had while reading certain books. So I would just search for a book and find a community of people who enjoyed the book or a community of people who did not enjoy the book, and both perspectives were interesting. It's quite fun so far, and I mean it takes some work, but ultimately it's something I would keep up. I could see myself keeping up with.
Okay, hi, my name is Sajid. I am mostly a booktuber, so I make videos about books on my YouTube channel, Books on My Social Life, and that's where I produce the majority of my bookish content on the internet. But I also do Bookstagram as well. You could find my Bookstagram page at musaho_books. As I said, I was mostly ever really a booktuber. I mostly just used to make videos about books on YouTube. And I was always privy to what Bookstagram was because a lot of people who were involved on BookTube also used to have like Bookstagram accounts, or they would just post bookish content on their regular Instagram accounts, which is what I started off doing. I started posting pictures of books and thoughts on books that I was reading on my regular Instagram account. But I noticed that a lot of the people who were following me, like who I know in real life and who didn't really care about books, weren't really paying much attention to my bookish posts. And so at the end of 2019, I decided that I wanted to create a separate account, which I called musaho_books, where I could just post bookish content. And that became my Bookstagram account, and it grew immensely within 2 years for somebody that's not too consistent with their content, I would say. So, and it's been a really interesting journey, and I really enjoy making Bookstagram posts because I get to sometimes talk about things and share my thoughts share more detailed thoughts, I would say, on books that I might not really get the chance to talk about on my YouTube channel. And another thing that I really like about Bookstagram is that I found a much larger Caribbean reading community on Bookstagram than there is on YouTube. So it was really cool to see that. So that's one of the main things that I enjoy about Bookstagram, and that's why I continued doing it, for that different kind of community engagement than what I was just getting on BookTube alone. I find a lot of recommendations from different content creators on Bookstagram, especially for Caribbean literature. But I have to be honest in saying that I haven't really found any like young adult Caribbean book that was new to me or that I hadn't really heard about before, that I ended up reading because of a Bookstagram post, because recently I've been more into reading adult fiction. But a funny thing is I did discover that a book that I had read a couple of years back for the NGC Bocas Youth Fest award for young adult readers was published. So I read it because I was a judge for that award, a guest judge for that award. And it was an unpublished manuscript that I read, and I absolutely loved it. And I didn't know whether it would have eventually gotten published until I saw people posting it. And I was like, wait, that title sounds very familiar. That author's name sounds very familiar. And then I realized it was the same book that I read for that award. It ended up winning 3rd place, I believe, and it is Daylight Come by Diana Macaulay. And it's a really, really fascinating book. I see Afia has a copy too. It's a really, really fascinating book that is set in a futuristic Jamaica where climate change has created immense destruction on the environment, to the point where people have had to become nocturnal and they have to sleep during the day because it's just too hot to go outside because of climate change. And the book is following our main character, a young girl who, together with her mother, decide to run away up into the mountains where the weather is a little bit more tolerable. But it's difficult to do that because they're not letting like the general mass public go there. They're only allowing people who are more elite in the society to go there. So it's a really interesting kind of dystopian novel that also kind of commentates on climate change and how that could affect the Caribbean environment in the future. So I would recommend it to anybody who likes, you know, science fiction and dystopia, anything along the lines of like The Hunger Games and Divergent. But if you want to read something that has a more Caribbean twist on it, I would highly recommend that you read Daylight Come by Diana Macaulay.
I would also highly recommend Daylight Come. I found it through, I think it was Bookhouse's book club pick for June. And yeah, so that is really how it came on my radar. But while reading it, because of the protagonist, as Sajid had said, because of the group or the age group of the protagonists, and most of them, I thought that this would be a really good YA. I'm not sure the category it falls in, but it would be a really good YA fiction novel. It's super informative. It's non-traditional in that it gets kind of dark with some of the themes, especially environmental change, because you imagine how would society eventually become. And there's also a lot of I want to say hate towards like older generations. So it's just like I've never really read a book like this. So it's dystopian climate change fiction, and it was really interesting to read. But I'd also recommend Home by Lisa Allen Agostini. I found this not exactly through a Bookstagram account, but people-based bookshops Bookstagram account. So a bookshop's Bookstagram account had posted about it, and it's only like it's less than 100 pages, and it's about a teenage girl who is depressed, who is dealing with depression, and that's also something that I hadn't read about before in a particular age group. She migrates to Canada, so she's away from her family in Trinidad, and she's just navigating, trying to maintain her friendship with her best friend in Trinidad, as well as it has a romance narrative as well. But yeah, so it was really interesting. So those are two YA Caribbean novels that I would highly recommend. Only recently became more structured with how I approach a post and posting to Bookstagram. So usually I would plan, or at least try to plan which books I'd read for the month. So like by the end of July, I'd plan, okay, I can manage probably 2, maybe 3 books for August. And I think step 1 usually is reading the book. Step 2, I would find some natural light and a decent background, take a photo of the book. And then while reading, it's really important to take notes, because unless your memory is super great, when it's like the time to really review the book, you don't always remember all the things that stood out. So you might remember 2 or 3 things, and then after you post a review, you're like, oh, right, I also like this. I didn't like that. I should have mentioned this. So take notes while reading. So once I have a photo, I have notes. I would write a full-length review for my blog. But because it's easier for me to post to Instagram and Bookstagram captions are shorter, I might just, I guess, extract like an excerpt from a full-length review and post that to Bookstagram in a caption. So yeah, those are my steps: a photo, a full review, and then I'd write a caption and post. Like I said, I only recently started being more structured. So before, I would be reading a book and then just take a photo anyway, and then just whatever thoughts I had at that moment. But I'm trying to do like full, more in-depth reviews. So I would usually wait until, okay, I'm finished this book completely. I've had time to sit with my thoughts, write out the most of what I want to say, and then hit post.
This, I would say that my process is a little bit more lazy, because I don't really like to put too much work or too much effort into my Bookstagram posts, because I just like to, it's just something that I do for fun, and it's not something that I feel like I want to be too professional about. So the main thing that I tell people is, like, once you have a phone and once you live in a country that has sunlight, like, you're fine. So especially if you're based in the region here, like, you have the perfect canvas outside, you have the perfect lighting. Just go outside sometime in the morning or in the afternoon, where you can get really nice sunlight, and hold your book up or prop it up against a really nice background. So that's what I do in terms of taking the photo. In terms of writing the posts, I usually either say something very general about the book or something very specific. So what I mean by that is, maybe I might just give my general thoughts on the book without going into too much detail or to too much like nitty-gritty about different aspects of the book. Or there might be one specific thing about the book that I find interesting that I want to talk about. So maybe it's just one character, or maybe it's a particular theme, or maybe it's the writing. And I kind of focus on that and, you know, use that as the main like marketing point for the book. So like, if you want to read a book with good writing, like, this is a book that I would recommend because I love the writing for XYZ reasons. So that's what I usually do. I also like to just take pictures of stacks of books, like Book of Sins does, you know, and just put them together, take a really nice picture. And usually the books would be connected by some theme. Maybe I read them all in that month, or maybe it's all Caribbean books or something. So that's another thing that I like to do with my posts. And yeah, I just try to keep it very simple and as fun as possible. In terms of trends, I've seen like really creative trends that have, you know, cropped up, not just in Bookstagram, but in the book community online in general. So I hope to see more of that. I'm not particularly an innovative person or trendsetter myself. So I'm hoping that more, you know, creative people within the community come up with some interesting things or tags or challenges for us to continue doing, because I think that that makes the community and the whole, you know, posting about books even more engaging and more dynamic. And in terms of the kind of like community oriented things that I want to see, I just want to see a bigger Caribbean community on Bookstagram. I mean, we already have a very exceptionally big Caribbean book community, and you could see that just by clicking the hashtag Read Caribbean, right? So I want to see more of that. I want to see that continue to grow, and I want to see people, especially based in the region, recommend and talk about Caribbean books that are based in the region by authors in the region, so that we you know, I feel like online bookish spaces tend to be very North American centric and global North centric, which if you are familiar with my content, I'll probably sound like a broken record at this point. But I feel like it's important for us as a Caribbean community to really kind of like create our space and carve out our space within that online sphere to recommend the books that we think, you know, represent us or that tell our stories or stories that are similar to our lives. So that's one of the main things that I want to see more of on Bookstagram. And I mean, it's already there. Like people are already doing it excellently. I just want to see that continue to be nurtured and continue to grow within our online space.
I'd like to see more I guess a younger age group enter Bookstagram. Most of the Bookstagram content creators I follow, so this could be like a fault on my part, but most of them seem to be like more mature, maybe late 20s. But I think it would be really interesting because there's no like real cap, like Sajid would have said before. You know, you have a phone, you have the sunlight, and you have thoughts. You want to read more, you're interested in reading, and I think it's that easy or simple to really just get into it. And I would appreciate that perspective, especially so like Caribbean young adults or Caribbean younger adults reviewing books as well. I think that the community has a lot of potential, but and also most of the Bookstagrammers that I engage with are from Trinidad, Jamaica, maybe Barbados. So I'm hoping that maybe the community could expand. And once again, I think I follow a few creators from Bahamas, but I feel like I would like to see a more diverse, like country-wise representation on Bookstagram of the Caribbean. My favorite bookish hashtag at the moment is Read Caribbean, mainly because it's not the only hashtag I follow, but because of the recent iteration of Read Caribbean this June, it's the hashtag that I interact with and engage with the most. So I would reshare posts from that hashtag. It's fun, it's the easy way to find the community. And I think it's because of Read Caribbean I started following hashtags, especially like book related hashtags. So I would search for the book that I'm reading, but not necessarily like a theme, or I would search for an author. But this, the Read Caribbean hashtag helped me to like focus on a specific genre or theme. So I would definitely recommend that hashtag. I'm racking my brain for another, just in case. I also used the Bookstagram. So it's like a general hashtag, but it's, like I said, you can find a lot of different posts on the Bookstagram hashtag. So you don't always find much like Caribbean books on the Bookstagram hashtag, but it's a wide range that you can get into as well.
First of all, I'm with Afia on that. I'm with Afia on that one because the Read Caribbean hashtag is excellent. It was created by Book of Sins, and it's an excellent resource for anybody on Bookstagram who's looking for more Caribbean book recommendations and just wants to see like gorgeous pictures of Caribbean books by mostly Caribbean readers. So definitely highly recommend that hashtag. But one of my favorite hashtag or group of hashtags to follow or to look at is the ones that have to do with bookshelves. So hashtag bookshelf, bookshelves, or shelfie. I just think it's amazing because people just have such really gorgeous, interesting bookshelves, from the way that they organize it to the way that they decorate their bookshelves. And you could really like tell who a person is, or get like their sense of style and taste and the things that interest them by looking at their bookshelves and seeing what they like to read. So I always find it to be a very curious and fun hashtag to just sort of scroll through and kind of wish that I had those shelves and maybe kind of have an idea of how I want my future shelves in my future house to look. And it's just really interesting to see how people organize and decorate their shelves, especially with plants. Like everybody have plants now. So everybody just have like their pothos and a bunch of like green leaves, just like books and bush. It's amazing. I love it. So I would highly recommend, if you are a book lover and a bibliophile and you just love the physicality of books, just follow any hashtag that's like hashtag shelfie, hashtag bookshelf, bookshelves, anything like that. It's amazing. You won't regret it.
This is really fun. I always love talking about books. This format in particular is new to me, like video and interviews, but I'm trying to get into it more. So thanks for Bocas Youth Fest for having me. I think it's a really cool initiative focusing on youth. And yeah, so I look forward to new Bookstagram accounts following me on Bookstagram at Afia Reads. And yeah, don't feel intimidated by it. Just start and keep reading books, and keep reading books written by Caribbean authors and set in the Caribbean. And yeah.
I would say that Bookstagram is very rewarding and it's super duper easy. So if you're looking to connect with other readers, especially other Caribbean readers, do not hesitate to just make a Bookstagram account, or even just, merge Bookstagram into the account that you might already have on Instagram. It's very rewarding. So I highly, highly recommend that you join Bookstagram. And if you do, you could follow me at Musaho_books. And you could follow the hashtag that I'm going to start, which is hashtag books and bush. So yes.
Welcome to Just Cooking with Just Lisa. I'm Just Lisa, and today I'm just cooking pilau. Pilau, of course, is a very famous national dish of Trinidad and Tobago, so I want to get it right. And today in studio, I have the guest, Abby Bailey, who's a master calypsonian and an ex-tempo singer, and Speech E5. Miss Fi is a member of a Tobago speech band. Welcome to Just Cooking with Just Lisa.
I'm in total dismay. I thought was I cooking the pilau today. Pilau preparation provides a total creation. I'm a granny recipe, so nobody could beat me. Will be better than the rest. My pilau would be the best.
Mr. Fiddler, I have a complaint to raise with this preponderance of self-praise. I would never say my pillow is the best. Your tongue shall proclaim who win that test. Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Mr. Fiddler. What travesty this is! Savagery without reasoning. Because the chicken that I smell only have bottle seasoning. Start your bow, Mr. Fiddler.
You must understand it was a culinary transgression. Check it on this spot. Imagine how things fitting in the pot. Because now the thing didn't season right. To me it could not be a delight. Because I tell you without fail the pale are only pale. Don't be think about bing dang do die,
So here's my plow. I hope you all enjoy.
My pillow has to be more brown than that.
Yes, I find this chicken looking a little pale.
Mm-mm.
Well, this is what has happened when you only have bottle seasoning and thing, eh?
Oh, it's
The name of the
done.
show is Just Cooking with Just Lisa. You didn't think you'd have to eat?
You know, I did just eat a doubles before I come down the road.
Well, you come on the whole show and wouldn't eat a grain of rice?
I
can't understand all you, man.
And find something to eat.
Nah, only ridiculous.
I'm good.
Nah. This has been Just Cooking with Just Lisa, and today we just made pilau, which these nimakaram, ungrateful guests of mine refuse to eat. And you know what? Next time I will put it in the contract. Because it's called Just Cooking with Just Lisa, you'd expect they would just eat. Anyway, next week, macaroni pie.
Celebrating Caribbean voices and preserving the rich tapestry of our culture. Through literary arts and authorship, we are free to express our vibrance, passion, heritage, and the empowering narratives of our people. As proud title sponsor of the NGC Bocas Youth Fest, we have been honored to support one of the world's acclaimed literary festivals. We celebrate your journey and salute your accomplishments.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the closing event of the NGC Bocas Youth Fest. It's the first of its kind, and we're happy to have had your attention and your company for all of this day. And I have the honor this afternoon of moderating the first debate, the big debate we're calling it, where we have a stellar cast of young people present. They have shown up this afternoon to really delve deep into this issue of for better or for worse. That's the title of the debate. But the topic they're discussing for and against this afternoon is Trinidad and Tobago youth do have a brighter future than their parents. That's the moot. And arguing for this moot this afternoon, we have Chrisette Benjamin, Shane John, and Camuel Pascal. And arguing against the motion, we have Jasha Degans, Okera Duncan, and Sarah Prince. I want to say good afternoon and welcome to you all. Feel free to respond.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the welcome.
It's really wonderful to have you all here. And I have to say, their bios are all on the Bocas Lit Fest website. You probably have checked it out by now. This is not a good time to go check it out because, you know, we want your attention here, your ears and eyes with us, paying attention to what is to come very shortly. But without a doubt, they all have quite a record of contribution, service, and participation. And I think these are exactly the young people we want having this conversation with us this afternoon about their future. It's really about their future that they're discussing. And I know some of them have been placed in a tricky position to argue against the motion as to whether they do indeed have a brighter future than their parents did. You'll hear all the arguments coming up. So let me just give you a bit of the format of this debate. We're doing a bit of a hybrid where we've integrated a sort of loose discussion style with a formal debate. So as we said, we do have two teams of young people arguing for and against the motion. And we have three speakers, three different rounds of interventions. So in the first round, we have the opening remarks. In the second round, we have a continuation and a sort of filling out and fleshing out of the ideas for and against. And of course, the third round is made up mostly of closing arguments, and each speaker will also have the opportunity to rebut what went before and ask questions, points of information, etc. And so my job is really just to ensure that we're on time, that we conduct ourselves in a respectful way. I have no doubt that the young people present here will do that. There'll be very little need for me, more or less, essentially. We are getting ready to hear now from our first set of speakers. So I hand it over now to Camuel, arguing for the motion, Trinidad and Tobago, the youth of Trinidad and Tobago do have a brighter future than their parents. Camuel, over to you.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it is with great pride and pleasure that I thank you for the opportunity to lead the debate on this motion, be it resolved that in Trinidad and Tobago, the youth of today have a brighter future than their parents. As the first speaker, it is pertinent that I contextualize this very important motion that we are today faced with, and we are asked to debate whether or not we do in fact have a brighter future than our parents. From the jump, we must factor in our respective ages, both that of the proposing and the opposing teams, and in that way we can draw appropriate parallels in terms of our research, considering that the motion states than their, meaning our in that context, parents. Having stated that, it would mean that we are confined but not limited to the particular time period of our parental ages, because we're comparing their time period versus our time period. Further context would show that during the aforementioned period, Trinidad and Tobago would have been at a particular stage in its development, both from a societal perspective and from an economic perspective. Further to that, it is noteworthy to mention that our definition of a brighter future may not necessarily be the definition that the opposing team has. And in fact, we'd like to make this quote by President Barack Obama. And he quotes, and he says, "A brighter future is ours to write. Let's begin this new chapter," unquote. I thought it necessary to say that because we, as I mentioned before, know that the opposing team will attempt to discredit what we see as having a brighter future in Trinidad and Tobago from our perspective. Madam Chair, before I go on to state why we, the youth of Trinidad and Tobago, do in fact have a brighter future than that of our parents, allow me to define what the proposing team sees as a brighter future. We see a brighter future as one that encompasses, and one, reduce inequality and greater equality among genders and all sectors, quality and easily accessible education, quality healthcare, the ability to access decent jobs in a country where economic growth is at the fore, a future where peace, justice, and strong institutions are allowed to thrive, the development of sustainable cities and communities, and lastly, continued efforts and initiatives towards and to assist in the fight against climate change whilst producing clean green energy. Madam Chair, we the proposing team have placed gender equality at the very top of our list. Presently, there have been and there continue to be initiatives and steps towards bridging the gap as it relates to gender equality in Trinidad and Tobago, as opposed to the period 1950 to 1970. Simple things like youth involvement in politics, equality and access to education, youth leading institutions of government. Example, the President of the Senate, the Vice President of the Senate, is one of the youngest Vice Presidents of the Senate in the history of our country. And that is further strengthened by Trinidad and Tobago's push towards achieving the targets as set out under Sustainable Development Goal number 5, which deals with gender equality and the empowerment of women, girls, and the youth. Secondly, Madam Chair, we intend to show how quality and accessible education has created and continues to create a brighter future for the youth of Trinidad and Tobago. I'd firstly like to state that building schools doesn't necessarily produce quality education. When we think back to the period of youth for our parents, we will in fact see that they were brought up in a life whereby they would go to school, get a job, and most often start a family. You'll see that according to a book, The History of Trinidad and the History of Education in Trinidad and Tobago, there was once a time when schools were limited to grammar schools, technical and vocational studies, with hardly any room for academics, as opposed to present where the youth have an opportunity to choose. Quality education to us, the proposing team, means that the youth of Trinidad and Tobago are ensured inclusive and equitable quality education in a space where lifelong learning opportunities for all is promoted, a goal which TNT has committed itself to as Sustainable Development Goal number 4. We now propose to speak about the area of healthcare. When you look at the area of healthcare, Madam Chair, we can see that within our period of time, we the youth have greater access to breakthrough healthcare in Trinidad and Tobago, and I dare say the world over. Further to that, free and specialized healthcare is available throughout Trinidad and Tobago by qualified and trained doctors, nurses, and other ancillary staff, trained right here in Trinidad and Tobago by the very said education system I mentioned. Further, proving my point that we do have a better future in Trinidad and Tobago based on education and even in the aspect of healthcare. We as a youth can boast of a brighter future in the aspect of healthcare, as there are more systems in place to ensure quality in healthcare is administered. However, healthcare isn't just limited to building institutions or how it is administered. It is more about one's well-being. When the youth think about, we should be satisfied that the measures that have been put in place and continues to be developed to ensure that prevention is at the fore. When we talk about NCDs, non-communicable diseases, from a Trinidad and Tobago's perspective, and mental health, considering that Trinidad and Tobago has appointed its first ever mental health director in that of Dr. Othello. And there continues to be a mandate to decentralize mental health to a more community-oriented approach, all of which are outlined. Madam Chair, when we speak about a brighter future, that we do in fact have, we can't forget to mention the development and the implementation of strategies to fight climate change. We are confident that the strategies do in fact ensure that the youth of Trinidad and Tobago have a brighter future. Madam Chair, further context and in-depth analysis will be provided by my colleagues as it relates to jobs, the economics, and very pertinent facts of the motion. And as I end my contribution, I'd like to underscore that we have arrived at a conclusion that may be different to our counterparts, but that is so because we indeed have the opportunity to write this new chapter of our future. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Kemuel, for your compelling opening. I want to hand over now to Sarah Prince, who is the first speaker for Team Against.
So, good evening, Madam Chair, colleagues, members of the opposing side, and the viewing public. Today, as the opposition, I would be highlighting that the youth of Trinidad and Tobago do not have a brighter future than that of their parents had, as it is jeopardized by the state of health, crime, and the environment. Trinis will go to a buffet, sit down for hours, eat their belly full, and still try to pack some to carry home for later. The health of our population is declining, as seen by the explosion of overweight and obesity occurrences in our children. It increased from 12% in 2001 to a whopping 51.5% in 2018, according to a study done by Professor Tilaksing et al. In 2020. This obesity epidemic is as a direct result of diet changes and an increased sedentary behavior. It is easy to see the evolution of the Trinbagonian diet. Long time, many people had a garden and whatever they plant or buy in the markets is what they will eat. Now, we are consuming more than 33% above the recommended daily allowance mentioned in a CAFA report, and there's a greater variety of processed, high sugar foods which are being imported. In 2017 alone, $70 million was spent on sweetened drinks, according to the Central Statistical Office, adding to our already high sugar intake. Life today is more fast-paced and usually requires 2 incomes to support a family. Therefore, it is more difficult for parents to spend time preparing home-cooked meals, therefore reaching for quick meals which are usually more processed or fast foods. Additionally, families with lower incomes tend to consume a larger portion of high-calorie, low nutritional value foods as they simply cannot afford healthy alternatives. This may have been exacerbated by the loss of jobs due to COVID-19 restrictions. Just imagine a small little avocado is $30. Now that is madness. And food prices are predicted to continue to increase, as indicated by the former president of the Supermarket Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Baliram Maharaj. Largely, what is on our children's plate today will determine the health of our country tomorrow. This, coupled with increasing screen time and consequently a sedentary lifestyle, will continue to contribute to the obesity epidemic. As a result, this exposes them to NCDs such as diabetes, heart disease, and stroke. Government expenditure is already $8.7 billion annually on NCDs and would have to increase, reducing an already low allocation to enhance development. Healthy youth is what is required for a bright future, and by the looks of things, we are going in the opposite direction. Moving on to my next point. A brighter future for youth should have an improved environment, but that is impossible. I mean, unless you have some type of time machine, the damage is already done. The climate is changing due to an increase in greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. This can be seen in the North American heat waves and wildfires, and the German floods, which claimed hundreds of lives. Question: could the recent massive flooding events be as a result of existing issues further exacerbated by climate change? Is this the bright future for our youths living through the climate crisis? Trinidad and Tobago is a small island developing state in the Caribbean, extremely susceptible to the effects of a changing climate. The Met Services found that Trinidad annual average air temperature has warmed and has also become drier, with an 11% reduction in rainfall between 2010 to 2019. The changing climate will impact agriculture through increased drought, saltwater intrusion, flooding, which decreases crop yield, tourism due to coastal erosion, damaging property and landscapes, biodiversity through coral bleaching, which will impact both tourism and the fishing industry, and finally, the health of our youths through greater spread of vector and waterborne diseases affecting the labor force and productivity. While there are many policies and programs in place, we are already on track for a temperature increase due to what is known as committed warming. Additionally, since climate change is a transboundary issue, we are at the mercy of larger contributing countries' ambition. That is the environment that the youth of Trinidad and Tobago will have to look forward to, where our health, our homes, our food, and our livelihoods are threatened daily. For my last point, let's talk crime. The future for today's youth may include a continual and growing fear for their safety and the safety of their families due to an ever-increasing crime rate. It is unquestionable that lawlessness has increased in Trinidad and Tobago, having a rise in violent crime with 2,029 burglaries, 630 motor vehicle larceny, 517 murders just in 2019, which is cited from the Crime and Problem Analysis branch of the TTPS, CAPA. CAPA indicates that there are 102 gangs in Trinidad and Tobago, and gang-related murders have increased by 33% between 2010 to 2013. A Guardian author put it so well: we are living in the decade of carnage, with 4,525 murders. We are losing so many young men. Children are becoming fatherless. Families are becoming broken. This does not only affect the increasing social welfare allocation, but who knows the possible potential that we may have lost through that life. Another point is that women are disproportionately affected by domestic violence, being 75% of the reported cases between 2014 to 2019, according to CAPA. Despite strengthening the Domestic Violence Act in 2020, there were still 46 women killed, 21 due to domestic violence. There were also 416 women and girls reported missing for that same period. This has instilled a deep-rooted fear in our young women, and I could personally say for myself that after the tragedies of Ashanti Riley and Andrea Barrett, I refused to step foot in a taxi because when you leave home, you're not sure to return. The rising youth employment rate cited at 9.12% in 2019 by the World Bank.
I'm sorry, your time is up. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but your time is up. That 7 minutes have gone. And thank you for painting a rather bleak outlook for us. I trust your colleagues will continue in that vein. But we're on to the second round now. We do have Chrisette Benjamin, who's getting ready. I think she's all ready to start fleshing out some of these arguments and introducing some new points. But I'm sure you also have some rebuttals, Chrisette.
Yes, I do. All right, good night. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to contribute to this very thought-provoking and enlightening debate. You know, we heard the statistics. And before I go dive into my contribution, I would just like to respond to some of the arguments put forward by my colleague on the other side. Now, in response to climate change and the environment, I want to start off by saying that how human-induced climate change is not a new issue. This has been a global environmental crisis rooted in the advent of the Industrial Revolution and the use of coal since the 1700s. So when you said that the damage is already done, the damage has been done since the 1700s. Now, according to the BBC author by the name of Richard Black, he was saying in 2013 that it was not only until 1938 that a British engineer by the name of Guy Callender used records from a total of 147 different weather stations around the world to show that temperatures has risen over the past century. But in the most strenuous way possible, I would say that nobody was taking him on. Many meteorologists was dismissing these claims, and this is where the calendar effect comes when you do research on it. But my point here today is that it wasn't until the late 1990s, as well as 2005, that serious action by international law, treaties, youth advocacy, that we saw that serious action is being put in place to reverse the damage that is being done, as well as reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions. One such example is the Kyoto Protocol that was only ratified in 2005. So that just shows that my generation has a much brighter future because serious action is being put in place now. It was not being put in place when our parents were youth. Further, we have multinational corporations such as BP. They are transforming their operations and heading towards clean energy. And these actions were not happening in the 1950s, 60s, or 70s. They are being done now. So that just goes to show that reversing the damage from climate change, my generation has a much brighter future because action is being put in place now. And in response to crime, and you mentioned violence against women, I would just like to say that is also not a new issue. What I believe is happening now is that because of social media, as well as the different programs that we have asking women to speak up a bit more, there's a rise in cases, but there are also many more programs to help mitigate these issues, reverse these issues, and prevent it. Because right now we have a gender.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your 2-minute response time is up.
Okay, thank you.
We'd like for you to continue now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So now that I established that environmentally, as well in the context of crime, that we're seeing more developmental actions, policies, and proper decision making is being done to provide a brighter future for our nation's youth, let's further analyze our bright future in the context of quality education, gender equality, and the number of youth opportunities. So by definition, quality education, can be defined as appropriate skills development, gender parity, provision of relevant school infrastructure, equipment, educational materials, scholarships, and even the teaching force. Now, Madam Chair, my research shows, and my colleague Kemiel likely touched on it, that in 1957, there were only 25 grammar schools, 11 modern, and 2 technical secondary schools to service the entire youth population of Trinidad and Tobago. Also, in the 1950s, free education was just for a restricted number of students. So, for example, in 1961, only 3,000 students out of the entire youth population were admitted to free secondary schools based on a highly competitive common entrance exam. Now, this leaves the question, what about the remaining youth? Now, today, there are 141 secondary schools approved by the Ministry of Education, which will grant the 19,645 students who wrote the 2021 SE examinations a free key to a brighter future when they enter SE examinations. When they enter secondary school. Further, in the event that a student does not perform to a decent standard, they are not just shunned to the side and left to figure out what to do next, like what occurred in 1961 with the remaining students, but there are now other institutions such as Civil Junior Life to help support these students with their educational development. The fact of the matter is, our future is brighter because greater effort is being put in place to ensure that no one is left behind. Look at the number of skills training centers and programs to date. NESC, the HIKE program, YTEP, CCC, just to name a few. Look at the increase in the number of special schools. Compare the number of scholarships and the fields that they are being awarded to date. Now, when you look at the 1960s, only 71 scholarships were awarded in 3 fields alone, which were agriculture, education, and engineering. Whereas to date, in 2021, there are now 500 available bursaries with a further 100 scholarships being awarded to our students and our youth based on the developmental needs of our country. So this can be arts and culture, technology, science, the list goes on. And I'm not even factoring the other scholarships that are being awarded by the private sector. So that's thousands of scholarships in comparison to what was being awarded in the 1960s. Let's look at the difference in number of students enrolled at UE. In 1961, the 2 campuses that existed, there were only 1,268 students. When you compare that to date, there is 52,030 students on and off campus. You also have the GATE program now that is giving students an opportunity to go to a university, where the GATE program to date, it covers a percentage of tuition costs based on the child's or the youth's household income. I would even go on to say that had this pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, occurred in the 1960s or 70s, every single youth would have been left behind, as there were no ease of access to technology to continue education at home. So I just think that justifies that my generation has a brighter future. Moving swiftly along to gender equality. Trinidad and Tobago in the 21st century has made remarkable progress in terms of gender equality when compared to the period of 1960s to 70s. By definition, gender equality is when people of all genders have equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. The evidence is clear. There is a culture shift occurring where women are no longer viewed as objects or solely belonging in the kitchen or doing household chores or just doing traditional jobs. We have seen a culture shift. At the UE St. Augustine campus in 2019, more than 50% of the students enrolled in the Faculty of Science and Technology were female, and that's very commendable. In the Faculty of Law, 70% of the students were female. Further, we are seeing a drastic increase in the number of women who are in our parliament. To date, it is 26.08%. Now, that may sound small, but compared to the first Republican parliament.
I'm sorry, we've come to the end of your time.
Thank you very much.
7 minutes have passed. Thank you so much for that. Again, we're in the second round. If you're just joining us for the big debate, we're in the second round discussing, hearing arguments for and against the topic. Trinidad and Tobago youth do have a brighter future than their parents. We go now to the second speaker for the team against. That's Jaisha DeGans. Jaisha, over to you.
Thank you for allowing me to join in this debate. After hearing my colleagues talk about technology and the opportunities provided because of the internet and education and GATE and all these wonderful things, I was almost convinced that the youth of today have a brighter future than their parents in Trinidad and Tobago. Almost convinced, you know, this close. However, I am deeply saddened and disappointed that my learned colleagues were so focused on being idealists that they forgot to be realists. So instead of following their trend, please allow me to address the elephant in the room. Let me be a realist and say, yes, of course, technology is more advanced than it has ever been. And yes, young people do have a lot more opportunities in our day, in our society. And as my colleague rightfully said, there's there was free education in the past, only for a certain number of students, but now there's free education for everybody. However, let me highlight something for you. Although there's free education for everybody, in 2019, the Guardian newspaper highlighted that state officials were alarmed that in the last 7 years, more than 5,000 students have dropped out of both primary and secondary school. This was 2019, before the pandemic, so you can't blame the pandemic. The then Minister of Culture and the Arts, Dr. the Honorable Nyan Gatsby-Dolly, expressed concerns about this dropout rate, and she even indicated that some have gone to criminal activities and joined in criminal gangs. Let's look at it like this. In the past, as my colleague rightfully said, which is true, certain students did not have access to secondary education. That is not the case now. Since 2002, children across Trinidad and Tobago have been having access to free lunch and breakfast at the primary and secondary school level through the National School Dietary Services Limited. Since 2011, all children in school uniform in Trinidad and Tobago have access to free bus rides under the PTSE services, and the list goes on at the kind of benefits that children in our generation have that our parents didn't have. Yet still, the dropout rates are higher than when our parents were going to school, despite the privileges. Madam Chair, our mindset is debarring us from having a brighter future. The fact that a child or young person in this generation will give up all these privileges that come with free education to join a gang says a lot about our mindset in this generation. This lazy mindset is even reflected when we look at GATE. GATE provides financial assistance to citizens of Trinidad and Tobago for tertiary studies, and it was implemented since 2004, which means that our parents did not have access to it. According to the Office of the Prime Minister's 2017 report, more than $6 billion had been spent on GATE in 12 years. $6 billion of our economy, Madam Chair, that was pumped into 12 years of free tertiary education for citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. But can you imagine that some university students who benefited from GATE dropped out in their first year? Some dropped out in their second year, and the greatest of them all, some dropped out in their last year of university, all at the expense of the government. As Nisha Watley said, that making any sense? That not making any sense. The mindset, Madam Chair, can you imagine how our parents may have held on to GATE with dear life if they had it in their days? But we have it and we waste it. Our mindset. Now, by the time I'm finished here, the elephants will dislike me because I'm addressing them all. On the flip side of our mindset and us wasting opportunities like GATE, it must be noted that our parents had no GATE and had to fund their own university degrees. So in their generation, having a bachelor's degree secured a person a pretty well-paying job. However, in our generation, GATE has allowed and continues to allow thousands of young professionals to graduate from universities with their degrees every year, as my learned colleague would have just highlighted. So yes, we have advanced educationally and thanks to GATE. But do we really have a brighter future than our parents just because thousands of young professionals graduate from universities with their degrees every year? Let us all be realists. We all know some friend, family member, or neighbor with a university degree who is unemployed. In some cases, it's us. Yes, that one hit hard, right? Many of us graduate with our qualifications and we just aren't sure that we will get jobs. Don't even get me started on the fact that some people are underemployed because they are not paid what they deserve based on their qualifications. You really think that our parents had that problem? Think again. You really think that we have a brighter future than our parents? Think again. You're big and you have sense. I know that the elephants are getting scared, but as Boy said, I'm far from finished. Why? In fact, I'm just getting started. We addressed our mindset in relation to education. We addressed the fact that GATE doesn't guarantee jobs. Now let's address the fact that technology, which is supposed to aid education, actually has many children disadvantaged. Madam Chair, in our parents' days, education was free. They might say education is still free, but is it really? The headline from the Guardian newspaper dated July 3rd, 2021, quotes statistics from the Ministry of Education, which highlighted that 63,369 students were without digital devices, without digital access at the start of the pandemic. So again, I ask, is education really free? Yes, the world is advancing and technology is important, but when we compare the fact that children in our parents' days could have gone to school, whether they liked it or not, and still learned something, but now children don't even have the option of attending school because of issues like not owning a device or no internet connectivity. It really makes you wonder if we really have a brighter future than our parents. Just imagine, Madam Chair, that 63,369 of our nation's students could not even attend online school when the pandemic had just begun. That was unheard of in our parents' days. So I was perplexed when my colleague said that whereas in the 1960s, children would not have been left behind and it's different. No, she said something along those lines. I'm not quite sure where my colleague did her research, but the truth is, Madam Chair, he who feels it knows it, as Bob Marley sang. Many residents in Trinidad feel it. Many residents in Tobago feel it. The residents even in Rampanaglas feel it because on November 18, 2020, CNC3 featured residents from Rampanaglas. Madam Chair, some children did not have devices. Those who had devices did not have internet connectivity. In a sense, if it wasn't one thing, it was another for those children in Rampanaglas, Trinidad, who were just honestly trying to adapt to the new normal and get their education in this pandemic. And that was just one village that was featured. Think about all the other rural villages that we don't know about. So, Madam Chair, I'll give the elephants a rest for now. And I ask you to consider everything that I would have said. Then ask yourself if you really think that the youth of today have a brighter future than their parents in Trinidad and Tobago. You know the answer because, again, you're big and you have sense.
Thank you so very much, Jaysha, for that. I do not envy the two closing speakers we have coming up next, Shane and Okera, following Jaysha. I think she brought a lot of fire. I hope you're all ready. Shane, I imagine you have some cold water to throw on that. We hand over to you now for your closing argument.
Young people, remember the time when you had to stand up and go, or go and walk to the standpipe? Young people, remember the time when you did not have technology? Or remember the time not only that you didn't have an extended family, remember the time when you were not chosen to go to university and you could not afford to go to university abroad? Or remember the time when you did not have access to virtual events like this? Or I thought it was young people that I was talking about in this 21st century. But in reality, the young people that I mentioned before was young people in my parents' generation. And therefore, it stands proud that after my colleague on the other side spoke, she was speaking about an ideal society that was in our parent society. Madam Chair, judges, ladies and gentlemen, members of the viewing audience, my colleagues, disappointingly on the other side, good evening, or good afternoon. Madam Chair, this evening I am disappointed, for you see, be it resolved that young people of today have a brighter future than their parents, and sadly, those opposing to the motion present nothing but substance to this motion. You see, my colleague before me spoke about education and the education system, and she spoke lack thereof of devices being provided for young people in this 20th century and 21st century. But she failed to realize that in this year, 2021, the government of Trinidad and Tobago issued calls for persons who do not have access to devices to come forward and register. And therefore, the first tranche of the distribution started in July of 2021 and will continue in the days going forward. But Madam Chair, what is disappointed as I go into my contribution is that the two speakers who are on the other side spoke about all the disadvantages that continue to plague our society in this year, but they failed to touch on what happened when our parents were going to school and the society that they grew up in. But never fear, Madam Speaker, you see, my team brought you on a journey where my colleague Camuel spoke about the sustainable development approach, because this side is ready to take a progressive look at how young people have benefited. And that is why young people this year continue to grow in a good space and we have a better opportunity than our parents. You see, he spoke about gender equality and he's touched on the leaders now where we have gender equality, where women are well recognized in this time. He spoke about the Senate Speaker. He spoke about the Senate President, the President, who is a woman, and also the Speaker of the House. Then he went on to talk about access to education, and he touched on the healthcare system, which my colleagues on the other side, because of the COVID-19 situation, has identified that our young people are not benefiting in this year of 2021 from, which is highly and just a facade of arguments. Madam Chair, my colleague Krista then continued to go on and she said that now in 2021, young people are afforded the opportunities of over 400 plus scholarships, where our parents only got 71% in the 80s and 60s. So which means the opportunity for us now in this year, 2021, is much greater than what it is being made to believe. But I go in and I digress and go into my contribution. You see, sustainable communities under the United Nations goals, we have more sustainable communities and young people are being afforded more opportunities in sustainable through co-curricular activities, youth parliament, things that were not afforded to our young people, our parents who would have gone before. There's also the regeneration of Port of Spain, New Hope, Renewed Vision, where places like Nelson Street and City Gate that our parents knew that was shanty towns are now given the opportunity to a new horizon in this generation. There is enhanced communities. Housing, the government aims now to produce over 25,000 houses, much more, and even 5 times the amount that was created in our parent generation. There has been an established 200 police youth clubs for young people. In further also, Madam Chair, smart city status is now the norm within our society. And ladies and gentlemen, I must mention that our nation continues to propel forward based on that our young people now are given the opportunity to learn in blended spaces where technology is. And well poised. Madam Speaker, the foresight has presented arguments that are solid and concrete. And I urge the listening audience, do not be bombarded by the opposition. We have presented that there is good health, quality education, gender equality, inclusive, innovative infrastructure, and sustainable communities. And with that, I say that the generation of 2021 compared to that of our parents' generation, is in a much better place. And I am proud to say that while our colleagues on the other side are putting up a facade, they are part of that generation. And I am proud to say that we have benefited much more than our parents. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Shane, for that. Okera, we want to move swiftly along to you now with your closing remarks against the mood that Trinidad and Tobago youth have a brighter future than their parents.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to start. My opponent said that they took us on a journey, but I would like to say that my opponents are definitely stuck in a golden era, a golden age of Trinidad and Tobago's history. Madam Chair, let's face some facts. They spoke about strong institutions, but let me ask you, how feasible is our justice system? What about prison reform? Does our ecosystem and our economy here in Trinidad really support entrepreneurship? And Madam Chair, let's not even talk about the inefficient COVID-19 grant programs. A lot of people are still waiting on those. Where are they? They spoke about quality and accessible education, but Madam Chair, does quality and an accessible education translate to a stifling SCA program that stresses young girls and boys to compete in an aim to pass for a prestige school? Does that equate to a vastly limiting CSEC exam that forces young people to complete a plethora of subjects that they do not see value in? Does that equate? Where is the innovation in our education system? Let's not start talking about the prestige and government schools now. Come on. Madam Chair, it is well-known knowledge in Trinidad and Tobago, the disparity in access to opportunities and resources based on the secondary school that a child attends after primary school, be it a prestige or government school. In our parents' age, you could have gone to senior camp or junior sec and still come out with a very good government paying job or a private sector work. But ask yourself, in this 2021 Trinidad and Tobago, is that possible for students of government schools as opposed to their prestige school peers? Furthermore, they spoke about availability of jobs, and I have one question. Where? Let's not pretend that in Trinidad and Tobago, jobs aren't allocated based on who you know, or rather, Madam Chair, who know you. They spoke about climate change and they tried to demystify climate change and say it's been here all along, but let's not forget, we are a small island developing state. And as such, even though some of our global counterparts, those first world or developed countries, may be ahead of us in that they are, they may not be as prone to climate change as we are. Let us not forget that we are immensely prone to climate change. I would like to say in the case of climate change, too little, too late. Let's not forget, even the recent flooding situation just yesterday, Madam Speaker, when we look at flooding in Trinidad and Tobago and we look at city gates, as soon as a little bit of rainfall, Madam Speaker, we're quick to flood out. So I ask my opponents, what is this golden age that you all seem to be living in? Madam Speaker, let me just get to the facts. The fact of the situation in Trinidad and Tobago is our oil and gas sector is in a decline. All of these illustrious benefits that young people and our parents had before was in a time when we were in an economic boom. Oil was pumping. Man, oh God, oil was king. Now is oil king? They mentioned COVID-19 and they spoke about, the fact that COVID-19, has put a damper on stuff for us. But let me tell you, Madam Chair, pre-COVID-19, our oil and gas system was already in decay. When we look at the lack of diversification in Trinidad and Tobago, over the years, it is clear to see that we have failed as a nation to diversify our economy. It is completely just focused on the energy sector. And as we see right now, what is going on with the energy sector is dying. We can't even catch up in terms of renewable energy. Now, UE economist, Dr. Roger Hussain said it best. He said in 2018 in a Contact magazine, he said, the fundamental reason why Trinidad and Tobago economy failed to appropriately diversify in the period 1999 to 2016 was simply because the state did not show enough initiative And the incentives or the lack of incentives provided to the TNT economy was such a nature that it was based against, but it was biased against the non-oil export-oriented sector. When we look at agriculture, what is going on in agriculture? Where are our mega farms? Where's our food production? Why is our food bill so high? When we look at tourism, ladies and gentlemen, there are places you could go in the world and they're still asking you, where's Trinidad and Tobago? Where's that? People still don't know. What about our carnival, the greatest show on earth that nobody knows about? These are the important questions that we need to ask. When we look at the lack of development of entrepreneurship in this country, it is stark to show, and it is, very clear to see that the young people, we definitely do not have an ideal future. I want to move into my next point because I feel it's a very poignant point. When we look at real estate, Madam Chair, the cost of real estate for young people in this country today is drastically more elevated than our parents before. Home ownership, let us not pretend. Home ownership is a key step on the journey towards financial freedom, but it seems unachievable for so many young people in Trinidad and Tobago, given the high real estate costs. Even though there is subsidized housing via HTC, etc., the waiting list, and I mean, come on, the allegations of corruption surrounding the HTC process definitely maligns that process and deters many. So I ask you again, what better state do the young people, myself as a young person in 2021, what better state are we in than our parents going forward, than our parents before us? My opponents, they spoke about all of the lovely things, and I mean, I'm so grateful for Gate and all of these stuff and the box lunch and go to talk for breakfast when that bhaji and spinach reach. We love that. But at the same time, when we look at our society, Madam Chair, the benefits that we have so gained following these years, we are not seeing the benefits of those initiatives materializing in our society. So on that note, I would like to say that in fact, in 2021, we young people, our future is not as bright as our parents going before us.
Thank you so much, Okera, for closing us off in that strong way. I think that was a very strong finish. And a fantastic job to all of you. All right, so how did that feel for you all? Let me hear the against team first, because I know there was a little apprehension about arguing for a position that perhaps you didn't quite believe in. What was that like? Okay, maybe I can start with you as the closer.
Sure. To be honest, Madam Chair, I would just like to say that, when we start, sorry, those formalities. When we really honestly started this, I was like, oh my God, how am I going to go against, because honestly, I'm an optimistic person. Even though sometimes the country may seem as though we have no hope, even though sometimes we're always mad with these questions of, do I migrate? Do I contribute to the brain drain? I still remain so optimistic in Trinidad and Tobago. I love my country. I love my culture. I believe that, entrepreneurship is a great engine right now for young people to push forward. We need to push entrepreneurship. We need to create new businesses, and not just businesses cater to the Trinidad and Tobago market, but I feel like the push now is to create businesses that sell products and services that could leave our shores and that could compete internationally. We have a lot of well-developed businesses here that focus on, a lot of consumer goods. We have some well-noted manufacturers, but at the same time, we need to start producing some more high value and capital goods. So, while I was against, and I tried my best to make sure and bring that point across, because I believe we must have a sense of realism as well. On a personal standpoint, I always remain optimistic. And even though the future sometimes looks bleak, trust me, it's not bleak alone for us in Trinidad and Tobago. It's a global thing. And I think we just need to push through. And, that's just part of civilization. Sometimes there are peaks, sometimes there are troughs, Maybe we're in a trough right now, but the peak will come.
Thank you very much, Akira. Kemuel, as the first speaker, you had the opportunity to hear everyone without trying to anticipate anything because your contribution had already gone. I'm wondering if you were convinced by any of the opposing arguments, and if you were able to poke any holes in your team's side or your team's approach to the topic.
I don't think so. I think we approached it just as we saw fit, and so it was certainly, firstly, I must say it was certainly interesting for me opening. I told my colleagues that this was a challenge for me and I was willing to take this challenge head on because obviously I'm speaking to an audience that I'm not familiar with. I don't know who will be watching, who will be looking at this debate. And so I decided to take it head on. Um, I would agree with some of the points raised by the members opposite. Um, I can't remember what in particular, but there were times when they had me like, yeah. I think when Jisha spoke about the wastage of gate, and I think Okira also spoke about all the corruption that goes along with the housing process. Sometimes those things really got me, and I think I did say yes, they are making sense.
So there were a couple of things. Well, one thing, okay, a couple of things for sure. But one thing I want to sort of zero in on is the absence of culture in the contributions. I mean, unless it was mentioned perhaps very briefly. I am wondering to what extent you all are concerned about your position as Trinidad and Tobago nationals, where, of course, you're flooded by American media in particular, just mass media from the global north, let's say, and other places that are giants in media. You know, there's India, Nigeria, etc. Do you have any concerns about like the cultural viability of Trinidad and Tobago in the face of like a global onslaught of mass media, where it's so common now to hear children growing up with Disney accents? You know, I have so many relatives. I don't understand, like, how do they end up sounding like any American I can hear on television? Do you have any concerns at all about the Trinidad and Tobago person going out into the world to represent us?
Well, I think I'll start that up. Okera touched on it a bit in terms of tourism and our lack thereof, right? I actually was supposed to touch on it in terms of sustainable communities, because I mean, every day I have the opportunity to interact with the First Peoples of Trinidad and Tobago in Arima and Lupino, through Parang as well. And it's something that it's taken for granted in terms of some of our culture backgrounds. What I wanted to touch on is the First Peoples were given some acres of land to build their community. I mean, and this is in 2020, after so many years of their lobbying for better access and also more recognition in terms of their culture. And when I said Okera mentioned it's something about including it a part of our selling of an item. And in terms of that extension onto Carnival, because Jasha mentioned that as well, in terms of what products are we selling and also what cultures are we leaving at the wayside in terms of not really paying full attention to it. So there is definitely a gap in terms of what we sell, because in terms of the Olympics, when you hear Jamaica, it's a staple name, and they know about Sundance, etc. So, you know, you have those things, but the culture of Trinidad is not necessarily put out there, while we have so much to offer to the world, you know? So that is something, there are definitely some shortcomings there for us that we can definitely work on.
Sarah, as a young person in Trinidad and Tobago, do you feel like your peers, and maybe not just, you know, this distinguished group of young people who have clearly achieved and continue to pursue so much in life, but do you get the sense that the average young person really is concerned with a sense of pride and belonging to Trinidad and Tobago?
What I would say is that
I directed it specifically to Sarah, sorry.
Oh, Sarah, I said sorry.
Yeah, sorry, that's okay.
I would say no, because of the experiences I've had with people. Most of the times they would be like, I just ready to leave Trinidad. You see what happened there? I just ready to go, pack up my things and leave. And I feel as though, well, this is my personal feeling, and it's been like this with me for a long time, where if we are the people of Trinidad, how do we expect Trinidad to change if everybody just keeps on packing up and leaving? How are we planning to improve Trinidad and Tobago? You know, and I feel as though that's just the end of it. We have to be able to instill a level of pride and patriotism in the youth, so that and not just in Olympics, as you see it, and right now Olympics, you're seeing it, right? Where we feel that sense of pride. Oh, Trinidad gets a medal. Oh, Trinidad gets to the final. But in every other aspect, you always look into America, what they're doing. You look into the UK and what they are doing. So I think we could improve the level of patriotism in our youth today.
How would you suggest we do that, Sarah?
I believe it could be from primary school, secondary school. It could be implementation of everything is more Americanized in Trinidad and Tobago. And I feel if we implement some type of program, while I may not be able to think about it off the top of my head, but I believe that from the younger age groups, we are able to, you know, instill these types of values into them, maybe through some type of program. But as I said, off the top of my head, I can't really think of what it could be.
I appreciate that. Chrisette or Jaisha, do you all have any thoughts on that?
One program in particular comes to mind when you mentioned, Sarah, when you mentioned primary school and secondary school, I agreed immediately because I think education and the real definition of quality education is not just the formal education. What we need to see happening in this country is a bit more teaching of our culture. And I think programs such as NGC Sandfest is an excellent way to teach people about our culture. And I had the opportunity to participate twice and, you know, seeing schools from across Trinidad and Tobago with Tassa, African drumming, traditional African dances. So it's really programs like that could help boost patriotism as well a lot more. So I just want to big up NGC for programs like that, and even this program.
NGC, that's your plug there. Another plug, I should say. Jaisha, when you think about culture and when you think about Trinidad and Tobago, you know, we celebrate, well, we pay lip service, let me say, to the multiplicity of peoples represented here. Do you feel like we really are a nation? And is that something that concerns you as a young people when you think about our future? So there are two things here, right? There's the cultural aspect, and then there is the Trinidad and Tobago conversation, which has picked up a lot in the mainstream media, of course, because of the autonomy bill, etc. And when you consider those kinds of issues, the things that stand to divide us, what do you see for yourself and your place in creating a more harmonious society?
So firstly, let me deal with the culture aspect of it. Honestly, and I've been saying this for quite a while, I do not believe that enough is done in the education system to educate children about our culture. Because sometimes you ask children basic questions about Trinidad and Tobago, and they cannot tell you, they cannot answer. So yes, social studies has its role to play. Kudos to social studies, but I think more should be done in terms of educating children in the school system, even at the secondary school level. I mean, of course, it can start from preschool and primary school, but even at the secondary school level, even if it's, let's say, one term in first form where the students are introduced to Trinidad and Tobago culture in a more dynamic way, that will be so excellent. And it's so funny that you asked me about Tobago because I'm originally from Tobago, right? So that is that is quite interesting. Honestly, I believe that Tobago has been left at the back burner for quite a while. And a famous example that I always draw is this. Port of Spain. Port of Spain is a city. It is not even an island. It is a city. However, bylaws can be made in Port of Spain. For example, no parking on Mondays, no parking on Tuesdays, etc. Tobago is an entire island. However, laws cannot be made in Tobago. So I believe that Tobago has been left on the back burner for quite a while. And I believe that the autonomy bill is something that persons such as A&R Robinson and all these persons have been vouching for quite a while. So I'm so elated that although this deadlock situation is quote unquote negative in that sense, it brought some positivity out of it that, you know, conversations started coming up and even bills started being brought to the forefront concerning Tobago's autonomy.
Right, some politicians in the making here. I'm watching you all. I'm going to keep my eyes on you all as we go forward. I'll be looking out for your contributions in Parliament and elsewhere. Thank you all so very much for being so brave, for stepping up to the plate and taking the opportunity to share your views. And as you said, Chrisette, to take the opportunity to have your voice heard and amplified, to use the platforms. And there's so many platforms available now. and for you to take the opportunity to put yourself and your views out there. I think that must be commended. And of course, we want to thank all those behind the scenes, the Impact Media crew, and all those who've made today possible. Nonetheless, not least of all to NGC. Chrisette, I think, did a great job of thanking NGC, but we can't thank them enough. So thank you very much, NGC, for enabling this Bocas Lit Fest platform, with the NGC Bocas Youth Fest to bring forward these ideas, issues, and so much more. We hope you enjoyed this debate. It's the first of what I'm sure will be many more. And maybe you won't have to wait for a youth fest to hear the voices of our young people on these and many other issues. You know, Bocas Lit Fest has always made space to include those voices, always prioritizing them. So continue to follow them. Of course, you can find so much more of what the Bocas Lit Fest does year-round at bocaslitfest.com, and you can follow them across all the socials at Bocas Lit Fest. Thank you all for staying with us, of course, throughout this entire day. It was a great pleasure kicking off this inaugural NGC Bocas Youth Fest with you. Do have a wonderful afternoon and evening.
Of course we miss school. The sound of the actual bell, lunchtime with friends, teachers annoying us in person. Just joking. We all really wish to make this new way of learning easier. Right away is motivation. Right away is support. Right away is an escape in beautiful fantasy. Right away is a young writer's dream. Right away is a new way of learning in this age of technology. When I say right away, I'm talking about fascinating Caribbean characters created by top writers. I'm also talking about some really good videos presented by a writer, performer, and teacher, Lisa Allen Agostini. She's won prizes for her books and likes to tell jokes. And there's a package just for teachers, so they can help us with online learning.
During the pandemic, we have been forced to be at home, and we still had to give out our content in our subjects. So having the videos ended up being very successful.
The videos include all the crucial areas in creative writing that will definitely have a positive effect on the lives of young writers like
Tia Lamont, Winnie Johnson, Sierra Najir, Hannah Isahak, Sydney Homer, Jim Phillip, Samira Joseph, Amali Britton.
We believe that with the right support, our young people can realize their full potential and unlock a future that benefits not only them, but also their families and community.
I enjoy writing. I think it's the best way I'm able to express myself.
I asked Miss Lisa how to get through writer's block, and she answered it so clearly. She explained it, and it really helped me, inspired me to write my own stories.
It was easy learning from home because I was in a relaxed spot, so it was easier than in school where you have to be around, your friends.
In addition to providing culturally relevant books to school libraries, it is especially wonderful that the program is being offered through digital learning.
With support from Scotiabank, we can look forward to novels from many of the young dreamers who continue to write away.
The western sun would create a shadow from the house. There you still had a bit of light, but without the heat, but the warmth and the cool and equilibrium. She favored that spot greatly, especially in the summer days.
Mom, I'm home. No answer. Mom, are you there? Still no answer. Steadily, David walked throughout the house. At this point, he felt queer, extremely uneasy in his stomach.
The pale crescent moon shone like a silvery claw in the night sky. Looking out my huge bedroom window, I could see a blanket of stars that stretched to infinity. From the Right-Away workshop, it helped me to show the characters instead of tell what they are. It opened a new, world for me.
It was the best experience yet again, and I wish to continue to do it again.
The Right-Away Young Adult Literature Project is available to all English teachers via the Trinidad and Tobago Ministry of Education's School Learning Management System, SLMS. Log into the SLMS and scroll down the home page to find the Right-Away Young Adult Literature course.